night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing gets in our way. Wait, it's feisty, feisty. We go hard all night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing gets in our way. Wait, it's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. Let's get it. It's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. Whoa. We go hard all night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing gets in our way. Wait, it's feisty, feisty. We go hard all night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing gets in our way. Wait, it's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. Let's get it. It's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. We go hard all day, day. Nothing gets in our way. Wait, it's feisty, feisty. We go hard all night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing gets in our way. Wait, it's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. Let's get it. It's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. Whoa. We go hard all night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing gets in our way. Wait, it's feisty, feisty. We go hard all night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing gets in our way. Wait, it's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. Let's get it. It's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing gets in our way. Wait, it's feisty, feisty. We go hard all night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing gets in our way. Wait, it's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. Let's get it. It's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Whoa. Let's get it. Whoa. We go hard all night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing gets in our way. Wait, it's feisty, feisty. We go hard all night, night. We go hard all day, day. Nothing gets in our way. Wait, it's feisty, feisty. Let's get it. Popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Whoa, popping bottles nightly. Yeah, we're dancing slightly. This bass has got me feisty, feisty, feisty. Let's get it.
Let's put our living stereo stylus in this groove.
它已经是 APT 台北2024的第4天，同时也是 APT 国家杯的 Final Day。从 A 组到 E 组买入1万块台币的比赛，吸引了2305位人次参加。整个系列赛以爆炸性的开端，引人注目。总奖值高达1949万9千台币，而冠军更能获得294万9千台币，觉得让整场比赛更加引人入胜。进入 APT 国家杯决赛桌的选手有 Lu Yunyang from Hong Kong, Chen Peng Chen from Taiwan, Biro from Philippines, Chen Kong from Taiwan, Lu Kunlong from Taiwan, Lu Shenchang from Taiwan, Chen Ting Chen from Taiwan。看到最后 HU 环节，来自台湾的蔡承恩有着6个大盲，来自香港目前是筹码领先者的 Jason， 最后一把牌蔡承恩 all in J6 梅花，接了 all in， 2个人一起看到翻牌 ，Jason 马上中了一张6 set， 转牌来了一张 K， 让蔡承恩多了4个10的 outs， 河流来了一张 Black 方块4，最后恭喜赢家来自香港 Jason。国家杯来自香港 Jason， 现在感觉心情如何？
还好，很好，很幸运。然后因为很久没赢过比赛了，然后3年多吧，然后很想打这些比较大型的交易赛，对，
所以觉得特别兴奋。
对，
那你会怎么样运用这笔奖金呢？
我原本明天要回香港，但是我现在在想要不要带一点，我要问问我女朋友他们。
那你有什么话想跟你的家人还有女朋友说吗
？Love you.
I get a champion. 这一次恭喜来自香港的 Jason 拿到这一次 APT 国家杯的冠军。
Hi, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the Asian Poker Tour, and welcome to Taipei. The first series of the year is supersized, running for 12 whole days from February 28th to March 10th. In expecting a lot of players, this event is spread across 2 venues, the Asia Poker Arena and the Chinese Mahjong League. There's a shuttle running between the 2 venues from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. So be sure to take advantage of that. Question is, which events are where? The high roller events, the non-hold'em events, as well as the mixed events are being held at Chinese Mahjong League and all the other at Asia Poker Arena. There are some exceptions though, so be sure to refer to the full schedule. With the supersized main event starting on Sunday, March 3rd, guaranteeing at 65 million Taiwan dollars and the award-winning APT Lion Trophy. Follow, like, and share our daily coverage of the series, including the exclusive live streams of selected events starting on February 29th. For full schedule and more information, visit apt.poker.
Let's see what these superstars think about the APT. Santosh, welcome to the APT. I know you're playing the 25K Superstar. What is your impression of the APT so far?
I'm having fun. I have a low stack now, only 15 BB.
Well, if anybody can spin it up, it's gonna be you. Tony, is this your first time at APT?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts so far about the APT and the event?
It's pretty good. Got a lot of friends, friend in my table. So
Yeah, I mean, I've been wanting to play an APT for like 15 years, and finally the schedule's worked out in a way where I can make it to this one for the high rollers. So
Playing here has been great. I have half a starting stack, so can't say I'm having too much fun in that sense. But the table is like everyone's playing quick, everyone is friendly. Yeah.
this is like my first event. I've had fun. Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
1 min cash, and now we're playing the high roller, so hopefully get good luck today.
It's amazing, great. Everything is well organized. People are very friendly.
Will we maybe see you in our future events? Maybe Jeju APT?
Yes, of course, yeah, the future.
If I got a time, yeah, I wish.
Definitely, I'm going to try to make more in the future.
And if you want to catch the high stakes action happening here at the Superstar Challenge at APT Taipei, make sure you check out our live streams on YouTube and Facebook.
你好，我是 APT 主持人 Elfin Lin， 隆重的欢迎各位来到 APT 今年第一个系列赛 APT 台北2024。我们预计将有数以万计的玩家前来共襄盛举。我们在车程大约10分钟的2个赛场同时举行，分别是亚洲扑克竞技协会和举办着所有豪客赛跟 Mix Game 的旧华人。APT 免费接驳车每30分钟就有一班，从早上10点一直到晚上10点的时间。另外 ，APT 主赛在3月3号星期日开始，保证奖池高达6500万新台币，冠军还能荣获 GPI 粉丝年度票选最佳狮子奖杯。点赞、订阅跟追踪我们对系列赛的每日报道。另外，在2月29号的全明星对决的独家现场直播，详情请上 APT.Poker， 我们不见不散。今天是 APT 台北2024的第4天，同时也是 APT 国家杯的 Final Day。从 A 组到 E 组买入1万块台币的比赛，吸引了2305位人次参加，整个系列赛以爆炸性的开端，引人注目。总奖值高达1949万9千台币，而冠军更能获得294万9千台币，觉得让整场比赛更加引人入胜。进入 APT 国家杯决赛桌的选手有 Lu Yunyang from Hong Kong, Chen Peng Chen from Taiwan, Biro from Philippines, Chen Kong from Taiwan, Lu Kunlong from Taiwan, Lu Shenchang from Taiwan, Chen Tingchen from Taiwan。看到最后 HU 环节，来自台湾的蔡承恩有着6个大盲，来自香港目前是筹码领先者的 Jason， 最后一把牌蔡承恩 all in J6 梅花，接了 all in， 2个人一起看到翻牌 ，Jason 马上中了一张6 set， 转牌来一张 K， 让蔡承恩多了4个10的奥斯，河流来一张 Blake 方块4，最后恭喜赢家来自香港 Jason。国家杯来自香港 Jason， 现在感觉心情如何？
还好，很好，很幸运。然后因为很久没赢过比赛了，然后因为3年多吧，然后很想打这些比较大型的，有一种对，
所以觉得特别兴奋。
对，
那你会怎么样运用这笔奖金呢？
我原本明天要回香港，但是我现在在想要不要带一点，我要问问我女朋友他们。
那你有什么话想跟你的家人还有女朋友说吗
Love you.
I get a champion.
Love you.
这一次恭喜来自香港的 Jason 拿到这一次 APT 国家杯的冠军。
Hi, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the Asian Poker Tour, and welcome to Taipei. The first series of the year is supersized, running for 12 whole days from February 28th to March 10th. In expecting a lot of players, this event is spread across 2 venues, the Asia Poker Arena and the Chinese Mahjong League. There's a shuttle running between the 2 venues from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. So be sure to take advantage of that. Question is, which events are where? The high roller events, the non-hold'em events, as well as the mixed events are being held at Chinese Mahjong League and all the other at Asia Poker Arena. There are some exceptions though, so be sure to refer to the full schedule. With the supersized main event starting on Sunday, March 3rd, guaranteeing at 65 million Taiwan dollars at an award-winning APT Lion Trophy. Follow, like, and share our daily coverage of the series, including the exclusive live streams of selected events starting on February 29th. For full schedule and more information, visit apt.poker.
Let's see what these superstars think about the APT. Santosh, welcome to the APT. I know you're playing the 25K Superstar. What is your impression of the APT so far?
I'm having fun. I have a low stack now, only 15 BB.
Well, if anybody can spin it up, it's gonna be you. Tony, is this your first time at APT?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts so far about the APT and the event?
It's pretty good. Got a lot of friends in my table, so.
Yeah, I mean, I've been wanting to play an APT for like 15 years, and finally the schedule's worked out in a way where I can make it to this one for the high rollers. So.
Playing here has been great. I have half a starting stack, so can't say I'm having too much fun in that sense, but the table is like, everyone's playing quick, everyone is friendly. Yeah.
This is like my first event. I've had fun, yeah. That's good, yeah.
1 min cash, and now we're playing the high roller, so hopefully get good luck today.
It's amazing, great. Everything is well organized. People are very friendly.
Will we maybe see you in our future events? Maybe Jeju APT?
Yes, of course, yeah. The future.
If I got a time, yeah, I wish.
Definitely, I'm going to try to make more in the future.
And if you want to catch the high stakes action happening here at the Superstar Challenge at APT Taipei, make sure you check out our live streams on YouTube and Facebook.
你好，我是 APT 主持人 Elfin Lin， 隆重的欢迎各位来到 APT 今年第1个系列赛 APT 台北2024。我 我们预计将有数以万计的玩家前来共襄盛举。我们在车程大约10分钟的2个赛场同时举行，分别是亚洲扑克竞技协会和举办着所有豪客赛跟 Mix Game 的旧华人。APT 免费接驳车每30分钟就有一班，从早上10点一直到晚上10点的时间。另外 ，APT 主赛在3月3号星期日开始，保证奖池高达6500万新台币，冠军还能荣获 GPI 粉丝年度票选最佳狮子奖杯。点赞、订阅跟追踪我们对系列赛的每日报道。另外，在2月29号的全明星对决的独家现场直播，详情请上 APT.Poker， 我们不见不散。嗨，今天是 APT 台北2024的第4天，同时也是 APT 国家杯的 Final Day。从 A 组到 E 组买入1万块台币的比赛，吸引了2305位人次参加，整个系列赛以爆炸性的开端，引人注目。总奖值高达1949万9千台币，而冠军更能获得294万9千台币，觉得让整场比赛更加引人入胜。进入 APT 国家杯决赛桌的选手有 Lu Yunyang from Hong Kong, Chen Pengchen from Taiwan, Biro from Philippines, Chen Kong from Taiwan, Lu Kunlong from Taiwan, Lu Shenchang from Taiwan, Chen Tingchen from Taiwan。看到最后 HU 环节，来自台湾的蔡承恩有着6个大忙， 来自香港，目前是筹码领先者的 Jason， 最后一把牌蔡承恩 all in J6 梅花，接了 all in， 两个人一起看到翻牌 ，Jason 马上中了一张6 set， 转牌来一张 K， 让蔡承恩多了4个10的奥斯，河流来一张 Blake 方块4，最后恭喜赢家来自香港 Jason。国家杯来自香港 Jason， 现在感觉心情如何？
还好，很好，很幸运。然后因为很久没赢过比赛了，然后因为3年多吧，然后很想打这些比较大型的，有意思，对。
所以觉得特别兴奋。
对。
那你会怎么样运用这笔奖金呢？
我原本明天要回香港，但是我现在在想要不要带一点，我要问问我女朋友他们。
那你有什么话想跟你的家人还有女朋友说吗
Love you.
I get a 10
Love you.
再次恭喜来自香港的 Jason 拿到这次 APT 国家杯的冠军。
Hi, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the Asian Poker Tour, and welcome to Taipei. The first series of the year is supersized, running for 12 whole days from February 28th to March 10th. In expecting a lot of players, this event is spread across 2 venues, the Asia Poker Arena and the Chinese Mahjong League. There's a shuttle running between the 2 venues from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. So be sure to take advantage of that. Question is, which events are where? The high roller events, the non-hold'em events, as well as the mixed events are being held at Chinese Mahjong League and all the other at Asia Poker Arena. There are some exceptions though, so be sure to refer to the full schedule. With the supersized main event starting on Sunday, March 3rd, guaranteeing at 65 million Taiwan dollars and the award-winning APT Lion Trophy. Follow, like, and share our daily coverage of the series, including the exclusive live streams of selected events starting on February.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Natural 8 Thailand exclusive event here at APT Taipei, where 6 final Thai players have qualified through Natural 8 to win not only a main event seat, not only free flights and accommodations here at Taipei, but also the chance to duke it out here for glory. Hello, I'm Greg Goes All In, and this is my co-commentator, Vitter Single. Vitter, hey, how are you, mate? You good?
Doing fantastic. Third stream of the day. It's almost like a bonus stream. I'm super excited. We had the Natural 8 Taiwan event, the Natural 8 Hong Kong event. Here we are closing out the day with the APT Thailand exclusive. It's going to be an amazing final table because, of course, Thailand.
Yes.
The up-and-coming poker nation of Asia, surely.
It's growing so fast, and it's always fun doing these streams because the Thai rail in the chats is always so excited. And let's take a look at what's going on here. We got 6 entries. Average stack is 1.3 mil. 46 average big blind, so lots of play to be had. 6 players remaining, and first place, my friends, about 940 USD. And of course, they'll be taking home as well the beautiful APT Lion Trophy, which won the award for Best Trophy of 2023. Thank you, GPI Awards, for that. Let's take a look at the payouts. Everybody's locked up 366 US dollars at least. But remember that all players have already received main event seat entries, and that has a 65 million US dollar guarantee, which we just hit, by the way.
That is amazing. Meanwhile, let's cut to Greg Goes All In introing the players 30 minutes ago through the magic of the live stream delay as we take a look at the table.
Welcome back. You're watching the Natural 8 Thailand exclusive here at APT Taipei. These players are now at the final table. They qualified on Natural 8. They've gotten their flights and tickets and travel accommodated for here. And they've also won main event seats. So much value from our sponsor, Natural 8. Thank you for sponsoring us. Let's go ahead and meet our final table. In seat number 6, coming in with 1.6 million in chips, folks, it is Alice AA. Welcome, welcome, Alice AA. Representing Thailand as they all are. Coming a nice big wave, rocking the sunglasses. Got the Dynaduck poker and the APT. We'd love to see it. Welcome, welcome. Now next up, folks, in seat number 5. Seat number 5 coming in with 920,000 chips. Let's request some applause for Request. Yes, it is Request. Welcome, welcome. Take your rightful seat here at the Natural 8 Thailand exclusive. We welcome you. Love your earrings, rocking them. Lovely, lovely. Fantastic. I think they've all agreed on the same attire today. Black hoodie, kind of tuck patch. Love to see it. Solidarity, you know? Love to see it. Seat number 4. Hey, let's rock for Let's Rock. Rock and roll. We got the Thailand rock star coming on in with the sunglasses. Looks like a rock star. What did I tell you? Black hoodie and all the patches. Love to see it. Welcome, welcome. And next, my friend, seat number 3, coming in with 1.4 million in chips. It's SKK. SKK has been quite the regular here at the APT. Lovely to see him back here once again, representing Thailand, now here at the Natural 8 Thailand exclusive. Welcome back, SKK. How are you? Good?
Good, very good.
What did you win before your APT?
Mystery Bounty.
Mystery Bounty, former Mystery Bounty winner. Will he take home this trophy as well? And next up in seat number 2, coming in with 1.3 million in chips. Please give it up for my new friend from Thailand, JCTW1. Love a name with no vowels. Love to hear it. How is that pronounced? We don't know, but it's JCTW1. Welcome, welcome. And last but not least, in seat number 1, coming in as our chip leader with 2.1 million in chips. Please give it up for Snail14. So wadika to you, sir. Welcome to your rightful seat. And folks, of course, last but not least at this table is our lovely dealer wearing the traditional clothing of Thailand in honor of Thailand. And now, before I throw it back to the commentators in the booth, let's please give it one more time for your final table of the Natural 8 Thailand exclusive.
Well, thank you so much, Greg, for doing the intro and hopping back and joining me in the booth. Fantastic job, as always, as we take a look at this table that is going to entertain us, hopefully, over the next few hours. Just a quick recap once again. an incredible 793 entries to this online event for the mere buy-in of 1,000 Thailand baht. That's about 30 USD. The prizes, of course, all 6 players getting main event entry tickets worth 2,200 USD, give or take. And considering we're here while main event 1D is happening, I'm assuming a lot of them have fired the tickets as well. Also, you mentioned, Greg, the prizes being given. All of them have locked up 366 USD, going all the way up to 940, which is about 36,000 Thailand baht. So a little bit of pay jump to fight for at every level, but mostly that APT trophy up top is what I would be shooting for.
Yes, the beautiful APT trophy. Symbols, we've got the lion. We've got the red orb representing the the internationality and the world. And of course the lion being the apex predator you have to be to win one of those trophies. Again, we won best trophy for best trophy.
Nicely done.
Thank you. I had nothing to do with the trophies.
You did, of course, receive the trophy on our behalf.
Well, since you asked, yes I did. The Poker Personality of Year 2023. Thanks for the votes, everybody.
Are we allowed to say if we voted multiple times for you?
What's that?
Are we allowed to say if we voted multiple times for you? Because I'll say guilty.
The vote was rigged. The vote was rigged. This just in. Okay. Getting some preparations for the stream. I see the button. I see the small blind. I see the big blind. Cards have flown. So now we're just waiting graphics here.
Here we kick off. Away we go. Hand number 1. It's button versus big blind situation. So, first things first, Greg. I think we have to address the patches all the players are wearing, representing perhaps a #1 poker entity in Thailand. Mind giving it your best shot?
Dynatak.
That's right.
Dynatak.
Dynatak.
Okay, first hand in of the day. We're going to see some Queen X on Queen X action here between the button and the big blind. This will be the most common post-flop dynamic you will face at the MTT tables. Jack 7-4. Wide ranges versus wide ranges. Your C-bet range frequency will be high, especially on a somewhat dry-ish board. Lots of straight draws and flush draws though available, but a few 2 pairs.
I think these hands sometimes just come down to who wants it more. Of course, the power of position comes through there. Alice strikes first blood. As we take a look at the chip stacks, nobody's too short. Blinds 15k, 30k with a 30k ante. That's a function of how many entries there were. That blinds are already this high. The shortest stack is 26 big blinds. Plenty to work with as players get settled in. Now, this is perhaps the most homogeneous looking table. Once again, thanks to Dynatak merch being worn. All black, all a bit serious. I like the back of these hoodies. It says, I believe it says, "We play poker as a sport." That sounds about right. Probably the way to do it.
Yeah, just a lot of, looks like a lot of solidarity amongst these competing players. Let's rock Kit. Man, that sounds like something I would want for Christmas. Open up a box, it's like, I got a Let's Rock Kit from Santa.
Sounds like something kids in the 80s wanted.
Request with a 4. I'd like to buy an E, please. Request a 9. Oh, actually 2 E's. Interesting. 1 E is a 4 and 1 E is an E.
Yeah, and usually an E is a 3.
Because it looks like an E.
I'm always confused at the creativity of screen names, but how about JCTW? Wonder what the story is there.
Could not buy any vowels. But no vowels needed. He's got 2 J's in his hand. Jacks versus a hijack open with King 8 suited.
Easy 3-bet spot. Wants to set the tone early.
Easy squeezy. Looks like 225 by my count. 235 is what I heard. 225 is what it will be. Back to request with a 4. We'll fold the King 8 suited wisely. And the first 3-bet of the day has been made. Chip count, Snail 14 up top. Will we see him play slowly today or fast? Only time will tell. Let's rock Kit, our short stack ninja of the day. Here you can see the main event Lion Trophy and the High Roller Trophy. We also had the Silver Edition one. And that was for the single day Super High Roller, I believe, which was won.
2-day.
Pardon me, 2-day Super High Roller, won by number 8 all-time moneyless in the world.
Mr. N-Boss, as I like to call him.
Mr. Isaac Haxton.
Snail, by the way, middle stack. Excuse me, largest chip stack, 70 bigs. Followed by Alice as the middle stack. Largest chip stack, late position, Jack 9 off, equals 60,000 raise.
Big blind will defend. 7-5 offsuit. Big blind can defend super wide. As you get a good price to see a flop with the big blind ante in play. On an ace 9-4 2 spades board, Snail has a pair of 9s. Middle pair, jack kicker. High frequency C-bet board. Jack bet.
The old 1 BB C-bet gets it done.
And fold.
This is why continuation bets are going down in size over the past decade. 1 BB is all you need. It's like love.
Love is all you need.
So the players clearly settling in, getting active. 36,000 Thailand baht up top. It's probably a nice day out. But that APT trophy cannot be bought. Has to be earned.
That's right. And it's made of 24 karat gold, so you could melt it down and sell it for more as well.
How dare you? How dare you suggest desecrating one of those beautiful baby
Max
lions.
value.
Max value.
Hey, Snail 14's got a hand in the hijack. Queen 10 suited. Spades variety. Ooh, some discrepancy here. Was intending to raise to 50. Unfortunately, the blinds are 15-30. Puts in 50 when big blind is 30. Will Snail be forced to call here?
By the rules, you think that should be the case?
I think so. That is the rule. If you don't put enough chips that show that indicate more than 2x, then it will be a call. And the floor has ruled it as a call. So GCTW1 will over limp here. Remembering that Snail 14 has probably the range of hands that want to raise. And wow.
Unfortunate is it for Request that Snail actually messed up the betting and now there's limp money in the pot. He would have loved to be squeezing with a lot more dead money in there, but maybe this throws off the whole hand. Pocket aces in the big blind. Dream scenario undone a little bit by the confusion.
Might actually get more value this way, as Queen 10 suited often will be folding to a 3-bet. But now to a single 5 big blind raise. Snail 14 did not misclick, just to fold. We'll make the call. And JCTW1 will get out of the way with the suited ace.
Discipline. I like it.
And now a rock star from Thailand. Let's rock Kit. will also get out of the way. So we're going to see a heads-up pot here. Two of flop aces versus queen 10 spades. As flop comes 9-5 deuce. Over pair for request. 2 overs, backdoor spades, backdoor straight for Snail 14.
Snail 14 in position. Wow, request goes tricky. Checks the aces on the extremely dry board. Knows he's so likely to be ahead with almost no redraws for his opponent. Meanwhile, the spade, of course, comes in. Got to make things exciting. The poker gods want us entertained. Surely request now puts in the delayed c-bet. He's trying to represent 2 overs. Maybe some sort of a backdoor spade draw himself. Get action from low pairs and ace highs. Does not block spades. Should keep that in mind as he gets what I assume is going to be a call from Snail. That's a big bet though. 275k. Snail does make the call. Simply drawing with the pot odds. 9 outs going once.
9 outs going twice. 9 outs going 3 times. I've timed this poorly. I've timed this poorly.
You were going up to 7, right? That
Yes,
was the
that's
plan.
right. 9 outs going 4 times. And the jack of diamonds, no help. And now, Snail with queen high and with an almost 1 million chips pot. If request wants to milk any more value here, needs to either induce a bluff or get a very light call from queen high.
Snail coming in as the chip leader. Now almost certain to expand his chip lead even further. All in, he says. That's going to be the end of this one. Okay, Snail.
I was wondering where the name might have come from. I don't want. It's only the 4th hand.
How did it?
I don't want to make any assumptions, Vitter.
How did I miss that? That is so true. Did take his time folding the queen high there, but you know, got to Hollywood a little bit. So we have Snail climbing up. Let's rock. Shortest stack still.
If you had to give yourself a non-name nickname, what would it be, Vitter?
Well, I do have a screen name that I've just had since my high school Counter-Strike gaming days that I enjoy. I'm known on the online felts. I strike fear in the hearts of my enemies by using my name.
Fear Striker.
Bull God.
Bull God. The god of bulls.
God of bulls. And not the dog of bulls.
I see.
But
aren't cows sacred in Indian culture?
We don't talk about that. Bulls are not, by the way.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Is that
No, I was joking.
Oh, okay.
Bulls are fine, by the way, irrespective.
I see, I see.
But I do like the idea of naming myself over some classic Bollywood actresses to strike the opposite of fear in the hearts of my enemies.
Yes.
And then strike when they least expect it. What about you? You have any online monikers apart from GGAI? Greg Goes All In?
Someone called me Mr. All In today, and I kind of liked it.
Okay.
Mr. All In was my father's name, but you can call me Greg.
The name's in. All In.
All In. Or Alan. Greg Goes Alan. Just change my name to Alan.
Greg Goes Alan is somehow instantly lamer. Wow. What a flop. Action. Jack 9 going against 9-7, and the flop comes Jack 10-7. All hearts. The equities are flipping 52% for the top pair. The flush draw, pair, and the straight draw giving Let's Rock 48%, 14 outs as you see up top.
And of course worth mentioning, the straight flush draw. The rare, the elusive straight flush for Let's Rock.
Let's Rock is coming out firing. 20 big blinds in Let's Rock stack. Could Alice ever consider check raise jamming, putting his opponent under maximum pressure with his top pair? Top pair and straight draw, I should add, the gut shot. Monotone board is of course pretty scary, but does not want to risk being up against exactly the kind of hand Let's Rock has. Reducing variance, seeing one more street before making a committing decision, and that's about as big a break as it gets. Suddenly we have a tense hand here, Greg.
I feel the tension in the air. Action back on Let's Rock. I feel like with a name like Let's Rock, I feel like he's living up to it so far, you know? Bit of like a looser aggro kind of stuff. That's what I would imagine for a man with the name Let's Rock. Brick River.
Great spot for Alice to value bet, not just because we can see the cards, he just gets to represent all the missed draws that would have flatted out of position on the flop. His opponent, having checked, can have a lot of hands that would fold. This is a great spot for him to eke out value. He goes for it, susses it out.
$345 in the pot. Looks like just over 100, 150. Under a half pot bet here by Alice AA. And we're going to get a quick call from Let's Rock with the pair of sevens. And Alice AA picks up a nice modest-sized pot against Let's Rock. Let's Rock now came in as our short stack ninja. Now very firmly holds that title right now. Second shortest in chips of 43 big blinds. And Let's Rock with 12. We'll need to spin it up. 66 people watching on the stream. 6 of 6 players left remaining. Coincidence? Yes, it is. But let me take this as an opportunity to say welcome to the stream. So Wadi Cup for all those watching.
I thought for a second you were going to say welcome to the devil.
Well, you know, poker can be a very rewarding game at times, but other times it can be hellish.
666.
Nope, 65 now. We're good. Would have preferred. Oh.
Well, we are looking at the Thailand final table here. 555 would be appropriate. And by the way, a huge shout out. We mentioned right at the start of the stream, Greg, Thailand. Clearly the most exciting up and coming poker nation in Asia. We of course have had the pleasure of having some of the best ambassadors of the country, the Punat Punstris of the world. Vachara comes to mind, taking away the APT Taipei 2023 main event, Golden Lion, and the High Roller, Bronze Lion, last time around. I'm sure that was a fun flight. But in general, too, thinking back to, is it Top Tap, Napat, the actor turned poker player? One of the mentees of Punat. I've seen him out there in the Asia Poker Arena many a times during this festival. These guys are just competing non-stop at APTs to try and win as many trophies as they can and take them back home to Thailand. The crew in front of you, all representing, one more time for me, Greg.
Dynatak.
Dynatak. Top poker club in Thailand. And I think that might be the secret, by the way.
What is the secret sauce, Fitter?
The community aspect in which you're constantly learning from each other, supporting each other, as opposed to treating it as competition, especially as you go out to other countries to try and compete when they come to APTs. Being a player yourself, you know how important it is, right? To have a community to bounce questions off, to just learn by osmosis.
It's interesting. Poker is really one of those sports where it's a very, very individual game. You know, you're playing strictly for your own profit. But to really excel and have longevity in this industry, yes, you do need to find community and find your people.
Alice AA on the button now with King 10 of clubs. We'll open it up. Snail with trash will fold, and now onto the big blind. JC, King 9 offsuit, will defend. Unfortunately, is dominated. And we're off to a flop of... Oh, the suspense. Ooh. Oh, this is going to be a very unfortunate flop here for JC. Has top pair. 9 kicker. But Alice AA with top 2 pair. $165K in the pot. Alice AA as a pre-flop aggressor in position. We'll bet 40 into 160 quarter pot bet.
JC could find the check raise. The 9 of diamonds could be just the right amount of support that he needs. Backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, blocking a lot of hands that might continue.
And there is the raise. $150 is the raise now. Absolute music, nay, a symphony to Alice's ears with top 2 pair. But it is a very wet, dynamic board. Queen Jack for straight draws in play. Numerous flush draws also in play. Alice does not block those, but will elect for a call here.
Very nice flat call. Obviously, 3 betting on the flop would be a sign of insane strength. And
oh my goodness. What a cooler of a turn card. We've got 2 pair on 2 pair violence here, folks. And JCTW1 definitely thinks he has the best hand. Queen Jack does get there, interestingly. So, actually can't be too comfortable.
Queen Jack is one of the likely holdings, especially the draw-heavy portion of Alice's range. JCT has 37 bigs, 1.1 million, 2.5 to 1 SPR. It's trickier than it looks. He knows most of the hands that call the flop against a check raise are likely to continue, depending on the sizing of this bet. Goes in the smaller size. A call here, though, Greg, would still set up a 1 SPR. We might just be looking down the barrel of our first elimination if the river comes a brick.
Absolutely. And this also being not between our short stack, but between 2 pretty large middling stacks as well. And especially if Alice AA decides to flat here on the turn, JC probably can take Queen Jack out of range. And might think that King 9 is good.
All in, says Alice.
Oh, wow. And now a tremendously tough spot here for JC.
This is so tough. The 9 of diamonds is actually a bit relevant. Needs to think about what hands he can have here that he would call off with. The 9 of diamonds interacts with the flop in many ways. If you think about the shoving range of Alice for value, of course, sets off the button. Could have something even as strong as aces. Could have 10-9 suited. It is so tough to fold when you actually beat some of your opponent's value range. Queen Jack, of course, is the most obvious candidate here.
Doesn't mean Wow, what a world-class fold there by JC. Folds the 2 pair versus 2 pair.
That is incredible, chat. Let's hear it for that fold. How many of you are making that fold? And how many of you are like me and would be just telling bad beat stories to your friends by now?
Yeah, I don't think I could have made that fold. My thought process would probably be like, yeah, you know, I lose to a lot of the value, like Queen Jack. Oh, but you know what? I do beat flush draws. And then I'll look at the 9 of diamonds and be like, oh, well, I have a diamond, so, you know, I'm blocking flush draws. But I don't block other diamonds.
Well, I think he realized that Queen Jack was just a heavy part of the range, not to mention the fact that he's giving his opponent credit for not jamming lights such as aces, such as ace king in that spot. These guys have a lot of knowledge and clearly a lot of respect for each other. You cannot make a fold as big as that without completely respecting your opponent's abilities. I think we're in for a cracker of a table here, Greg.
Absolutely.
What did we just watch? One of the best folds of the day. Indeed, the festival.
That was a sick fold. Yeah, that was impressive.
Thinking back yesterday as well, we saw actually a set fold.
Oh, yeah?
Correctly.
Oh, yeah? Straight?
Against the straight, yeah. No coincidence, perhaps, that these are the final table lists from 793 entries. Ken in chat asking, or rather whinging a bit, that NA did not register him into the guest the winner. I believe, Ken, that the actual free roll is on the 8th of March, so you still have that to look forward to. And while we're discussing such things, the guest the winner form for this event is now pinned in chat. All you need to do is click, guess which of these 6 participants is going to win. Put in your Natural 8 nickname. Shout out to our APT sponsor, Natural 8. And guess who will be the winner? You will be entered into the free roll on March 8th for $388 tournament dollars if you guess correctly. And do it now. I know you're tempted to see some eliminations, but you'll probably forget. So, trust me, just do it now so you have a shot at free money.
Meanwhile, in the felt, we've got some baby pair on baby pair action here. JCTW1 pairs turning the pair of 7s versus SKK's flopped pair of 5s. As JC gets the check mark here, 7s and aces, king kicker. Both will elect to try to see showdown. Check, check. 7 is better than a 5. And SKK will lose this pot to JC. SKK, of course, having won the Mystery Bounty event at the APT before. Quite the regular. And now great seeing him represent Thailand here at the APT Thailand Exclusive.
Speaking of the Mystery Bounty, Greg, this time around, as usual, you were pulling envelopes for the Mystery Bounty.
Yes.
How did it go this time?
Oh, you know, Mystery Bounty days are always super fun. You know, like just a nice big major sweat. It's just lovely to see people like celebrate, and you know, the pulling of the envelopes is very satisfying in itself.
And could you remind me what the biggest envelope was?
Yes, it was 1.5 million Taiwan dollars, so about 50,000 USD.
The old 50,000 USD
Just the old
envelope.
50,000 USD.
For a $600 buy-in, I believe.
Woof. So sick, so sick.
So sick.
And then later on that night, too, there was the High Roller Mystery Bounty. We've never done 2 Mystery Bounty events before. But we also had one for the High Rollers at the CMJ building. Request now with Ace-Jack offsuit under the gun. Opens it up, just over 2 big blinds. And Snail with the pocket 5s in the cutoff. Shall we mine a set, Snail? What say you?
I'd love to see a 3-bet, actually.
Oh.
Just because...
Yeah.
Well, firstly...
More money, more fun.
3-bet is always an option. when you call in the cutoff, you're just opening yourself up to being squeezed. If the blinds pick up something spicy.
I feel more incentivized to 3-bet in the cutoff than the button because then I'm guaranteed, you know, I have more likely chance to have position post flop. Whereas if I find on the button, I already have ultimate position. I can flat quite a bit. We will see a call though.
Oh, my apologies actually, Greg. Let's Rock was in the big blind with a tiny stack. Perhaps one of the many reasons you would not want to consider a 3-bet.
That's very fair.
Would essentially be committed to calling him off with pocket fives.
So we're off to a flop. Hello. That's a pretty 5. And my goodness, let's rock with the short stack.
This is just
What
GG. He
has
donks.
to commit. And on the absolutely great board for the big blind to donk on. And Snail with the set. Oh.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh no. Living up to his name. Oh no.
Oh.
All right. Could have been worse. Bit of a neutral.
Up and over and oh. And Let's Rock will not love to see just how far behind he is. Does have 7%. Trying to backdoor flush.
There's the equity you need.
Boat outs now. Needs an 8 or a jack for the win. River. Let's Rock. Ace of Hearts. And that will be GG for Let's Rock of Thailand. Eliminated 6 here at the APT. Thailand Exclusive. Snails, not to be trifled with.
Let's Rock walks away with the minimum prize on this final table of 14,000 Thailand baht. That's good for about 370 US. We go all the way up to 36,000 baht. That's about 940 US. Let's not forget the main event tickets and flights and accommodations. Also part of the package for the final tablists. Not too shabby for a $30 US buy-in.
Not at all. And then, folks, there were 5. Again, shout out to our dealers here at the APT. Our dealer here, of course, wearing the traditional clothing of Thailand, just out of respect and to honor our Thai participants today. Dead small. 1 big blind. Five players left. Alice AA picking up a queen. AQ. Hand number 10. Currently we're averaging losing 1 player per 10 hands. The sample size is small.
So, pop quiz. How many hands will we be done in?
650.
I got
Nice little tricky question. Raised to 90K by Alice AA with AQ. Snail.
Snail is snailing.
Snail is snailing. Snail is the new tank.
Oh,
I
look
like
at this. Discipline from the cutoff. The 8-7 suited hitting the muck.
SKK. Also with a suited connector.
Plenty of respect being given to the under the gun open.
And request with King 9 on the big blind. Can very easily defend. So we're off to a flop, my friends. Under the gun versus big blind. This flop comes ace in the window. There's the third card. 8, 7, 8. Pardon me. Ace, 7, 8. 2 hearts. Request with King High. Alice AA with top pair queen kicker. Checks in flow to Alice AA. Back to request with King High.
Don't forget, JCT would have made bottom 2. Discipline has been punished, at least
and
so far.
SKK would have had a flush draw.
Indeed.
Instead, we see top pair versus King High, and no more action after that. Alice AA now. Chip leading 65 big blinds. Our shortest stack with a very healthy 25 big blinds. That title goes to JCTW1.
So Greg, have you been to Thailand recently?
Never have I ever been to Thailand, actually.
It is currently the hottest destination for Indians to go.
Really? What's
and
that?
They've actually made it visa-free for Indians.
Oh, congratulations.
It's just very close by, reachable, cheap flights, and of course once you get there, everything is relatively cheaper to most other countries. Beautiful, beautiful beaches, and I think this is one of the key reasons tourism in Thailand is so successful. Fantastic food that has already been exported all over the world, so it's not too exotic and too new. It's stuff that you're already used to, you know, the pad thais of the world, Thai curries. And a few spots in Thailand, cities like Hua Hin, Phuket, big Indian wedding destinations.
Oh wow!
If
Sounds
you're
amazing,
if you're even remotely baller in India and you're having a typical big bash Indian wedding, Thailand's probably #1 option.
Actually, that actually sounds really nice. I might actually consider going to Thailand after
To get
the
married?
APT stops. Sure. I know a lot of people who do that.
To have a wedding.
Or something like that.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah.
So it begins. Request has had enough. Sees the late position open from SKK. Clearly knows some of SKK's tendencies. King deuce. The king little 3-bet from the small blind. Exceedingly common at these high roller arenas, but Request is showing how to do it. Seems to have a great feel for the game flow here. Gets the better king, the suited variety, the king 10 suited. Hits the muck.
Small 3-bet size, though, I will say.
He just knows it's enough.
And enough it is. Jack 7 off, hits the muck. SKK punished with the wide cutoff open by a wide small blind 3-bet. Nice hand to Request with a 1E and a 4.
Keep a lookout for seed number 5. Request.
10 hands in already, and we've got some of their characters, their personalities showing here on the film. You heard that thing where it's like, imaginary thing where it's like, there's a snail following you for the rest of your life, and the moment it touches you, you die. But all it does is follow you. It doesn't sleep. What's the strat?
Oh, right. And then, isn't there some money attached? Like, would you rather have $10 million and a snail follows you, or not?
Sure. No, but let's just say for simplicity's sake, there's a snail following you.
So what's your strategy to not die?
Yeah, what's the strat? It moves at snail pace.
Okay.
And
Wait,
but if
so
it touches you, you die.
If I take a flight to a different country, it's eventually going to get there?
Yes, it will eventually get there. Somehow, some way. Well, I guess... Well, I don't know. It's a snail. How does a snail cross... I guess snails can... It's a snail that doesn't die. It's an invincible snail, okay? It has snail capabilities, but it doesn't... The only thing is just it doesn't die.
Now, let me just say that we do have this stream being covered in regional languages, including Thai languages. But I do hope Snail on the table watches our stream to realize what scintillating conversation his screen name has induced. Shout out to Snail14, firstly.
Absolutely.
Now, to answer your question, I mean, just hop countries, right?
You want to move for the rest of your life? Do you do 6 months in one place, or like, you know?
I mean,
you
otherwise...
calculate how long it takes for the snail to get from India to Thailand, and then fly every time that, you know, within that time frame?
I mean, given the alternative, I guess I have to. You gotta know when to hold him, know when to fold him. You got to play
Yeah.
the cards you're dealt, you know?
And I feel like it's not enough to just, you know, have like enclose yourself, because that's no life to live either, right? But I guess would the strat just be to just move overseas? We'll assume that the snail can cross oceans and mountain ranges.
This is
and
so
lava.
weird. Let's put a pin in that until if Snail 14 on the table ships this, I promise you I will come up with a winning strat to answer your question.
I see, I see.
Currently, it's way above my head.
Conversation pinned. We're back right into it. Pocket pair and pocket pair action. Pocket fives for request and then cutoff. Was raised to 90K. Alice AA with 3-3 on the button.
Wow.
Wow. Folds. Will not go set to mining. Does not want to get squeezed.
Loving the discipline we see on this table so far. And Greg, what have you done to me? Every time I look at Snail's screen moniker, all I can think of is a magical snail following me across continents.
You know what? No, it wasn't even just the screen name. It was the way he busted out the other guy. And I was like, this snail is dangerous.
The Nitro.
What are other dangerous snails I know in my life? And it reminded me of that. We're going to see a big blind defend with ace-9 offsuit versus pocket fives. So we're off to a flop. Will we see two sets today with pocket fives? We will not right now. This flop comes 10, 7, 6. Ace-9 high for JC, but with the gut shot. 2 overs to the fives. And fives with the under pair. We will see a continuation bet of 65 into 240. Just over a quarter pot bet. And this is back onto JC, who we saw make a world-class fold 2 pair under 2 pair to stay alive.
Ace-9, too good to fold on this board. Obviously the gut shot. The ace-high might be good to begin with.
6 of diamonds on the turn. Pairing the board. JC does have the ace of diamonds. Some consideration there. Check it over again.
Take a look at the counterfeit outs, by the way. 16 outs now. Any 7, 10, 8, 9, ace. Goes check, check. And there's the counterfeit. Top 5 worst feelings in poker, would you say?
Absolutely. Request has just been counterfeited like a $100 US bill. And action now on JC with plenty of showdown with ace high.
He's checking with the intention of check calling, to state the obvious. Doesn't want to risk getting raised if he bets for value. Is the shorter stack.
And request just at the very bottom of his range has a fine candidate for bluffing.
He's playing the board, after all.
Big bluff. 370 in the pot. Looks like about just over 200. Pardon me. 165. Half pot bet.
I like the half pot bet, by the way. Polarizing here would be a very narrow range to represent, considering he did not bet the turn. He would be trying to say he has a 7 and 7 precisely in the cutoff somehow. Sizing, unfortunately, against the ace is not going to work.
Wow. And JC playing tremendously here in the first 13 hands of the APT Thailand Exclusive. Makes an excellent fold 2 pair under 2 pair a few hands ago, and now makes a great call with ace high. JC in the middle of the pack, 34 big blinds. Kaiwei says WP, well played. I agree. Thanks for joining in the chat, Kai. How's your day, Kai? Doing all right? We see a Thailand name commenting SKK in the chat. Happy to see the Thailand rail showing up for our Thailand players.
To all of you in our chat, of course, we are very, very appreciative of you hanging around with us for this third stream of the day. Of course, this event being streamed in local languages, including on the Natural 8 Thailand channel. Hundreds of you watching there as well. This is, of course, the final such stream. Before we kick off the main event streaming schedule, how exciting, Greg. Flight 1D happening as we speak, as we approach the 2 million USD prize pool. In fact, if our stream is still on while we hit the 2 million, let's do a little dance together.
Okay. Well, we're dancing up a storm right now. You can't see it, but trust us, we are dancing with joy. 2 million US dollar plus in the main event prize pool here at APT Taipei. About 300,000 US dollars awarded last year to our first place winner of the main event. Surely we'll see that crushed. Snail, 4-3 suited in the cutoff.
So just to remind our viewers, the plan tomorrow is to stream day 2 of the main event. By the way, people can still register on day 2, which is why the final payouts will not be announced until registration closes. Now we have 2 venues going on. The Asia Poker Arena, where we're coming to you live from. There's also CML, Chinese Mahjong League is the name of the venue. Some of the tables will be kicking off the day out there and then slowly merging back here. And that's when our streaming coverage will kick off.
SKK, aka SQQ. Queens in the small blind for SKK versus 5-4 suited in the button. 3-bet with the premium to 325. JC, who has been playing tremendously on this table.
And part of JC playing tremendously, has been making good discipline folds, which he continues to do with the 5-4 suited. Making it look easy. JCTW1. All the right decisions.
I wonder what that stands for. JCTW1. Just cards to win.
Hey, I like it.
Just cards to win.
1.
Just cards to win 1. One time.
1 time. It is Thailand, though. It could be an abbreviation of his Thai name.
Absolutely.
They tend to be on the longer side.
Could be.
Tend to be consonant heavy.
JC picking out King Queen.
Let's try it again. Always opening this in the cutoff. We are, of course, 5-handed. King Queen is very strong 5-handed. Queen 10, not so much. SKK, you mentioned, an APT veteran, winner of the Mystery Bounty.
Will come along for the ride. In position, but dominated. Alice AA in the big blind now, 10-7 off. Oh, it was a limp. Cut off limp, button over limp, big blind checks option.
Huh.
Very interesting.
Not what I expected.
It certainly wasn't a graphical error either. I did see SKK put in 2 green chips, each one being 25k. Surprised to see JC limp in the cutoff with King Queen. As action checks through on the flop. Not a player with... Oh wow, and a turn straight here for Alice AA. Checks it, lays the trap. And now SKK in position. Haven't been checked to twice now. With the gut shot and the 2 overs. We'll take the bait and bet 75k to 225.
Actually, as a double gutter.
That he does. Great spot. And he's 7 or a jack.
Interesting situation brewing here. Surely Alice wants to bump up the action. Out of position. Has the nuts. A flush draw now possible. Does not choose to. Keeping the pot on the smaller side for now, and his hand completely hidden.
River. 4 of diamonds. Alice AA will not love to see that third diamond. SKK will have a lot of flush draw semi-bluffs in range on the turn bet that now get there.
The 10 of diamonds could be relevant if the action is checked to SKK. Would give him the confidence he needs to perhaps make a bluff at it. Instead, Alice goes for sort of a block bet, it seems like.
Blocker bet 100k into 375. Just over a quarter pot bet. From SKK's perspective, Alice AA will also have a lot of flush draws. And SKK will get out of the way as Alice AA chips up nicely here, extending his lead as the chip leader.
The blinds climb quickly at this final table. Time to get slightly busy. Comfortable stacks for now. Chip leader right over 50. Second in chips around the 40 BB mark. With the pay jumps being what they are, Greg, we're talking about 15,000 Thai bahts guaranteed at the moment. Next up is 16 and then 19. Feels a little bit like it's closer to a winner-take-all than a traditional MTT. Should be the mindset when going for it. And by going for it, I mean going for that APT trophy. That's not one you can get your hands on easily. After all, they've had to battle through 793 entries for this event alone. Be careful of request with King Little. Saw him 3-bet from the blinds now. Opening it up from the button. Here we go, Greg. Should we start the timer? Hey, quick call.
Quick call by Snail.
Okay, we'll back off. Snail's not too slow. 997 is the board. Very dry. Rainbow variety.
Not a heart to be seen for Snail, though he himself has a lot of heart. Back to request now. King high. Button versus big blind. C-bet of 75k to 275. C-bet and a fold. A decent pot. A little nice little pot for request. Request now. Every chip mattering. This is our short stack, 21 bigs. Did just win 2.5. No, pardon me. A little more. And all these little pots matter. If all you do in an orbit is win the blinds, you win the tournament.
Hey! I think it's been like 5 APT stops since I taught you that. And I feel like I've done my good for the poker world, but because thanks to your incredible, might I add, YouTube following, I know eventually it'll reach a wider audience.
The butterfly effect. This will be your legacy.
I'm the flap of the first butterfly. If you steal the blinds once every orbit, you cannot lose the tournament.
And that's all you do. You don't lose any chips.
That's all you do.
No, you don't lose any chips. Once you go heads up, oh, you're just a monster. Easy game. Hey, little pocket pair. Good to see ya. 2 BB race from the cutoff. Alice AA folds the ace 3. Was that suited?
Indeed.
Folds the ace 3 suited. Knew something we didn't apparently, as JC wakes up with ace king. Ace king, formidable ace king. The pre-flop non-pair nuts. Only a coin flip against pocket deuces.
I've never heard that long description for ace king suited. The pre-flop non-pair nuts.
Got a lot of time to fill. You know, like those essays that are like, hey, it needs like a certain minimum word count.
You open up a tutorials.
There's the 3-bet. 255 big blind. 5 big blind? Yeah, 5 big blind, 3-bet. Very reasonable. And the big blind.
Quick call, by the way, from Request. Does not have the exact odds to draw to a set, but look at this. The 6-5-4 is about as low a board as you can get with pocket deuces.
And interestingly enough, the 3-bet pots where overpairs are pretty much the nuts. Oftentimes, you're going to be c-betting really big. That probably applies a little bit more on like 2, 3, 4 boards, 3, 4, 5 boards. Pocket 6s are still in like a 3-bet defense range. There it is. Wow.
That extra equity that Request has thanks to the straight draw, just allowing him to be aggressive. Seems to know where he's at. Just from a combination standpoint, there's just a lot more ways to have overpairs. 16 combinations, for instance, of ace king, ace queen, ace jack, and other Broadway combos versus 6 for each pair, such as 7s, 8s, and above. Usually would mean once check 2, can profitably jam the pocket deuces. Gets this one through.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Request was able to read JC's checking range. Very, very capped. Curious if he checks overpairs there like aces, kings on that 6-5-4 board.
Yeah, he certainly should be doing that. I mean, not just because clearly he would be balancing against his check with the ace-king suited, but it's probably the right move given the stack to pot ratio. But as I just said, you know, you take a hand like pocket aces, pocket kings. There's 6 ways to make that with 4 suits. Take a hand like ace-king. There's 16 ways to make that with 4 suits. So when you do 3-bet from the big blind, your range tends to be heavily weighted towards the overcards. It's just hard to make and have a pair, Greg. Isn't that the nature of Hold'em at its finest?
It is now hand number 19. We did lose a player at hand number 10.
Ah, so you're expecting another one in one hand?
Could be.
Let's see if your theory plays out. 10 hands a player. I would gladly take the under, by the way.
JC versus SKK. Blind versus blind, 9-6. We'll call. SKK will take the free flop.
And by the way, this is, I believe, the final minute to guess the winner. So we're still down to just 5 players if you haven't done it. Now is the moment. The form pinned in chat will be taken away in a minute.
JC will flop open-ended here with the 9, and SKK with 5 high, pretty handcuffed. Can't do anything here. We'll get out of the way. JC and SKK both are short stacks now. With 20 big blinds, Alice AA still dominating the table with 53 bigs. Alice AA with ace 8 suited under the gun. 5-handed, effectively the hijack. Ooh, and Snail with king queen offsuit in the cutoff versus the hijack open.
In a lot of instances, we've been watching players be fairly timid when facing opens and taking the conservative route. Snail this time chooses to flat. Okay, you do open yourself up to getting squeezed. 3 players to get through. 1 down. SKK seems to have the old nothing. Should
2
find the
down.
fold. 2 down.
And Request will defend the big blind, getting tremendous pot odds. Something pot odds I call. Off to a flop, my friends. Ace 10-3 rainbow. Alice AA with the best hand. Top pair 8 kicker. Request with 7 high and a dream. And Snail with king queen high with the gut shot to Broadway. And as our preflop caller, Alice, our preflop raiser, we'll bet 100 to 375, just over a quarter. Snail will defend king high. Would love to see a jack. 4 of spades, no help at all. Back to Alice now with top pair marginal kicker. His behind hands like ace 9, ace jack. Will not slow down. Continue putting money into pot while he's ahead. Or are we seeing a classic? No, we're not. More chips, more money, more fun. 575 in the middle. 175 was bet. About a third pot bet. And now Snail with king, queen, high. Does not have the odds. Chases 4 outs. Will now make like Elsa and let it go. Make like James Bay and let it go.
Snail doing what Snail does, taking his time, making the right decision at the end. Try to peel one on the flop, fair play. Now we did celebrate crossing the $2 million guarantee in this record-breaking APT main event. It's only going up from there, by the way, so 129 entries for flight 1D rather. Were crossed 2 hours ago. We're at 155 now, plus a few on day 2. So what do you think, Greg? Ending up at like 2.1, 2.2 million US dollars?
Could be. Absolutely. Again, folks, you can still enter on day 2 of the main event, which starts tomorrow. So if you're in Taipei, there's still time to come by and check it out. If you want more information, go to apt.poker.
I bet there's a few players out there grinding away at the side events, hoping to bink one, have a trip saver of sorts, and then build a bankroll for their main event buy-in. And if not, no worries. There's tons of other events that I love highlighting. For one thing, there's the mini main event with about half the buy-in.
I heard all in. Request is all in with ace king. For 20 big blinds. Action back on SKK with ace 3 offsuit. Has to ask himself, does Request squeeze here with king, queen, king, jack? Flashes the ace. Hits the muck. Respect was given to Request. Request with a 4 and an E. But not 2 E's. Alice AA 49 big blinds up top. 3 million chip mark. And now SKK will take the title of Short Stack Ninja. Now 15 big blinds here at the APT Thailand Exclusive event.
Now, Greg, I love shouting out the side events. I think it's just a fantastic addition to every series. We literally have over 100 events, including, I mean, let's just talk about the one that's about to close late registration. Hyper Turbo, No Limit, Raz, Omaha High-Low, Stud High-Low. Just incredible diversity of games being spread. Now, you have participated in many of the side games. Care to expound on your experience?
I shall expound. Yeah, it's a great time. It's a lot of fun. So the ones that I love are the TikTok turbos. Levels start at 20 minutes. And then, after each hour, they decrease. Second hour play, they're 15-minute levels. Third hour play, they're 10-minute levels. And this continues until we're down to 2-minute levels. I went into the final table of a TikTok turbo event in Korea as the chip leader. And I came in with 2 big blinds. It was so sick, and even sicker, I won the button. So all I had to do was just sit back and relax, wait 5 hands, and I made 5 ladders, and I ended up placing 3rd in that TikTok turbo. The next day I played again. You know, got to ride that heater, and I placed 4th. I've been back at it again here in my spare time at the APT at APT Taipei. ITM'd a Super Hold'em Turbo.
Very nice. And by the way, just pause for a moment.
Okay.
The whole format you described, now add Super Hold'em, which means you get dealt 3 cards and you can play all 3 of them if you want.
That was sick. Yep, I placed 15th. I just made it into the money. And then busted via Top actually. Thai actor. And then the second day, I final table bubbled. TikTok, just Hold'em event. Placed 10th. After those 2 events, I was up 1,000 Taiwan dollars, up 30 USD. And then I am now massively stuck, about maybe 500, 600, after playing 2 events yesterday, which included the Super Hyper Turbo with 5-minute levels throughout.
Well, you know what they say. Just the next tournament is around the corner.
Exactly. When are we going to have the APT staff exclusive tournament? That would be fun.
That's a great point. Why don't you pitch what format you would like for that?
Turbo.
That's it? No Limit Hold'em Turbo?
TikTok Turbo.
Yeah, TikTok. Come on. It's got to be TikTok.
I probably have the most volume of any of the staff for TikTok Turbos.
It's got to be Deuces Wild, right? You played that as well. Have some Deuces Wild in there. Have some Ocean card. Chat, are you familiar with the Ocean card?
Oh yeah, it's the card after the river, because all rivers lead to oceans. We're going to see a pair of 7s here for JCTW1 with an open-ended straight draw. And Snail with King High wastes no time in letting it go. But I will say, that's a nice watch that Snail had. Green face. Looked very nice. SKK, 15 big blinds. Short Stack Ninja. Our former mystery bounty hunter champion at a previous APT stop. I think it might have been Taiwan last year actually, back in May.
Four 2s on the button. Could be part of the folding range. There we go. No greed, it seems like. Queen 5 off, 17 bigs. You hate to give a walk. What strategy does JC want to employ here? Could be a limping, could be a raising strategy. Starts with a limp. Turns out a raise might have worked against the 13 big stack of SKK.
So SKK gets a free flop with 8-4-4. Flop is at Ace Jack 3, 2 diamonds. JCTW ahead with Queen 5 off.
I like it. JC takes a stab. Takes it down. These guys are in it to win it, man. Playing some solid poker, especially JC. Still can't get over that King 9 v King 10 fold. Incredible stuff. Just earning his keep, taking small stabs, fighting, winning those small pots, avoiding the disaster that we just referred to. Seems to be building up to one of the more fearsome candidates for the trophy here.
Absolutely. And let's not forget that ace high call as well for a sizable pot. And now a word from our sponsor in the live chat. Sign up now to join the exclusive APT Taipei new users flip out and stand a chance to win $888 top mystery prize. Hey, that sounds like free money. And we take those. Alice AA underscore with AQ under the gun. The blinds are up now 30k, 60k. That is an open to 125, and now JC with ace 4 suited.
Five-handed. Under the gun is the hijack. JC. Could have gotten frisky. Greg, you love the ace 4, ace 5 suited, the GTO raising hand.
GTO Wizard says I must, and so I shall.
JC does not listen to GTO Wizard. Good timing, too.
And Request with a great opportunity to mine a set. And a call. 3 ways to a flop. Ace Queen versus Ace 4 versus 3-3 as flop comes. Jack 5 deuce. Baby pair is good for now. Alice with 2 overcards to the board. JC with the gut shot and the backdoor diamonds. And
Alice.
heck, the backdoor straight flush. Why not? Throw that in there too.
Oh, backdoor straight flush. The old runner, perfect. Yeah, but Alice has the betting lead, the overs, the confidence, the gumption. JC not backing down. Backdoor nut flush, backdoor straight flush, as you just said. And of course, the simple wheel draw perhaps enough for him to at least peel one for 1.5 bigs.
Looks like the straight flush won't come in. The 3 of diamonds is dead. Not coming. 9 of clubs on the turn. Some consideration for Alice having the ace of hearts.
Well, with JC calling, certainly seems to be suggesting that he could have a jack here.
Absolutely.
Alice needs to decide whether he can get anything worse than a jack to fold and how much of JC's range consists of that. Makes a nice bet. He's bluffing with the best hand, but still can't deny a lot of equity from JC. And not just that, if he was to check here, JC might get busy. Force Alice to fold. Instead, aggression, the name of the game. Especially in final table poker. Aggression gets the job done.
Be aggressive. Be aggressive. What movie is that from?
I have no idea, but should be a poker movie.
Should be.
If you had to choose, Greg, between
Yes.
patience and aggression to become a good poker player, and you could only choose one, which way are you leaning?
I would be aggressively patient.
No, don't cheat. Choose one.
What would aggressively patient people look like?
Oh.
I'll wait!
Yeah.
I'll wait, damn it! I'll wait!
I'll wait and I won't like it.
Or, would you rather be aggressively patient or patiently aggressive?
Patiently aggressive, of course.
What does that look like?
Well, it's like...
I will punch you.
It's like check raising.
Not now. But in
Someday.
3 months.
That's like How I Met Your Mother. The slap bet. It's going to happen at some point.
Oh, yes. Very fun.
All this to say, I think aggression probably supersedes patience. Both important, though. But if you're on the final table and you have queen deuce off in the small blind, like our man Request. He loves the king deuce, the queen deuce. He's going with the raise. Just compare this to a moment ago when we saw JC limp queen 5. And Alice has king 10 off. It's too good. In position. Blind versus blind. Off to a flop.
Off to a flop. Queen deuce versus king 10. Flop comes 7-7-4. Brick, brick, brick for both players. But Request here with the pre-flop aggression. And the betting lead. Looks like 105. Nope, can't be. Yes, could. 105.
What did I just say about aggression?
Be aggressive. Be aggressive.
7-7-4 is a board that is screaming for your continuation bet when you've raised queen deuce off.
Also screams Boeing. Isn't that a thing? Boeing 747.
I think 747. That's right, of course.
That's right,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
Wow, what a great float. Happens to have the best hand, Alice that is. Understanding that king 10 is going to be good enough, not to mention my plan to take this away with position, and the deuce brings out the involuntary smile from Request. Look at that.
What a bink. That's a bink.
How do you not read into that? I mean, obviously, we have access to this beautiful shot by our camera operator. I don't know if Alice is paying attention. Request seems to know that he's cheekily hit the best hand, as though he knows what Alice has. And I say that because he's not slowing down.
He's amping it up. 570 in the middle. And Request has just bet 200. A little more than a third pot bet.
He wants to protect his pair, as they used to say, which is to say charge draws. The backdoor flush draw just came in. He figures that with Alice calling in on 7-7-4, all kinds of straight draws possible. Obviously 2 overs as we see here. He wants to deny all that equity. Oh my, oh my.
Wow,
Here
what
we
a
go.
play.
Now we're playing some poker. I think he said 45, so that means 450k in this case.
What a play here by Alice AA.
Asking for 25% of Request's remaining stack. I think Alice had just decided that this is his spot no matter what. Floated the flop, raised the turn, and Request not backing down. It's as though they can see each other's cards. Both of them arguably playing perfectly against each other somehow. The 5 should not change much, does connect with all the straight draws, but once Alice raises the turn in position, he's trying to say he has a 7 at the very least. With just king high, he knows he cannot win by checking.
Yep.
All in, putting maximum pressure.
Oh my goodness. Unblocking clubs is a good thing for Alice AA. Gives Request more clubs.
This is a 6 spot. Request just has bottom pair. 7-7-4, deuce 5 is the run out. How can Request solve this puzzle? He needs to put Alice on exactly what Alice has. 2 overs, aka air. Floating the flop, raising the turn, and jamming the river as a bluff. It's also worrisome when sometimes you're losing to some of the bluffs. If Alice converted a hand with a deuce in it, for instance, or a 4 perhaps into a bluff, that would be the worst outcome. And the power poker of Alice AA works its magic. Request forced to fold a hand that he was being fairly sticky with. Wow. Talk about world-class hands. I think we just observed one.
That's very, very cool. What a sick play.
Alice is going to enjoy that one on the stream.
And Alice AA still holding very strongly onto that chip lead.
How about that, chat? That was sexy.
If I could make love to a hand history, it was that one.
Lots of support for Alice AA in the Natural 8 Thailand stream, by the way. Seems to be one of the more popular players. Certainly, his play would suggest that this ain't his first rodeo.
SKK now in a bit of danger as the blinds have once gone up again. 40k, 80k now only has 9 big blinds in stack. In the cutoff, 6, 5 of hearts. Peanut butter and jam. Request is all in for less than 10 bigs.
Fair play, suited ace, 10 bigs. And the ace-6 off for Snail. He knows the math. With the big blind ante in play, Request will be jamming very wide here. Certainly all kinds of kings. Hands exactly like the one he has. Ace is worse than ace-6. Not sure what exactly Snail is saying, but I can only assume it's a close decision for him. Would not blame him for letting it go, thinking he's dominated way too often. But with the ace in hand, you are blocking other aces. You tend to have at least 30% equity. With the pot odds in mind, could have found a call instead. Preserves his stack, fair play. Request gets a cheeky one through. Oh wow, just did the math. Alice AA has exactly 50% of the chips in play. On to the next one.
On to the next.
Oh, Greg.
Oh.
I just remembered your theory
Uh-huh.
has been busted. 28 hands in, still 5 players.
My theory has busted, but none of the remaining players have. Once again, being proven wrong by the players, showing them metal here at the APT Thailand Exclusive.
Alice in the hand, the chip leader, out and out, covering the entire table. 10-8 off from the button, good enough. Attempting suited connector in the small blind. It's tough to navigate at this 18 big blind stack depth. You want to be 3-betting. In fact, I believe Snail is 3-betting off his 18 big stack. Love this. Raise, he insisted multiple times to the dealer. Let's see what the sizing is.
Will we see a 3-bet jam or a 5 big blind 3-bet or none of the aboves?
A tiny 3-bet.
Not even 2x.
And JCTW wakes up with pocket kings off a 10 big blind stack. Must be nice. Jams it in there. Alice should find the quick fold. And now Snail off his 15 big stack is unfortunately committed. I mean, look at the odds. 595 to call to win 1.4 million. He knows he stepped into it, but considering his stack can just about afford the hit, I'm afraid he has to go with the odds. If he could see the hands face up, he certainly would not. But even then, look how close it is.
Did we not just see Snail also fold ace-6 versus a ace-6 in the big blind versus a 9 big blind jam on the button?
We did.
We did. So if we're seeing that fold, probably we'll see this fold as well.
But think this
stranger
is a
things.
Very different situation. I mean, think about how much of his stack he's committed already. In terms of all the range of hands JCT could have, 7-6 suited probably has just the right amount of equity. And partly, Greg, sometimes when you've stepped in it, it's tough to dig yourself out. You just ride the ride.
And it's suited.
And it's suited. Hey, I appreciate the gumption though. He 3-bet 7-6 of diamonds against the chip leader on the button. It may just have worked if it wasn't for those meddling kings in this case, to quote Scooby-Doo. JCT with the goods. Looking in a great position to double up once called. He does make the call. Does it at his now, well, let's just say signature snail pace, but I can't blame him for this one. Certainly more of a decision. And we're off to a 3.5 to 1 favorite race. Pocket Kings in about as good as a shape as you can be pre-flop. The board comes 6, 9, 9. Not too shabby. The 9s killed the 2 pair outs, just 2 6s. Some backdoor straight draws possible. I guess an 8 keeps it exciting. Jack not so much. Just 2 outs now. Close but no cigar.
And wow, JC will find a well-opportune timed double with KK. And Snail 14. Now with 7 big blinds. An unfortunate result to untimely aggression. Taking a look at our chip counts here, Snail 14 now takes the new title of short stack at the table, shortly followed by SKK, shortly followed by Request. Alice AA almost has half, if not more, than the chips on the table.
Lost a couple of blinds, things splashed around, so pretty much has the table almost covered. Certainly will not be going anywhere anytime soon, but if we've seen anything over the final tables we've been covering over the course of the past 6 days, anything can happen. Thinking back to Tony Lin, who was part of the super high roller. I believe he was the bottom stack all the way from when 19 players were left when we made the money to about 5 players left. Then he just started climbing his way up. Elke was the bottom stack with 5 players left. Ended up winning the inaugural Superstar Challenge, the 25K event. Entered heads up a 4 to 1 dog in terms of stack size. At some point 6.5 to 1 and then shipped it. And speaking of being a dog, King Queen suited, understandably jamming it in under the gun. Unfortunately, JCT seems to have a knack for waking up with the goods when people are all in behind him. Easiest call ever. Only question is whether he wants to re-jam, show some weakness. There is the big blind yet to act. Waiting for a count, in fact, right now. Under $1 million, it seems. Blinds 40K, 80K. 80K is the ante as well. Yeah, there's the call.
And SKK gets out of the way. So now Request with King Queen suited versus Ace King suited. Dominated and all in for his tournament life. Does have 29% equity, folks. As we're off to a flop of 9-4 deuce, 2 clubs. Ace King is holding. Request needs to find a queen. Has 3 outs, only 2 of them are live. Turn. Jack of spades. Face card to give a little bit of hope. And
gotta have a sweat.
8 of hearts. And Request, unfortunately, now eliminated here. Out in 5th of the APT Thailand Exclusive. GG's to Request.
$250 is, oh my apologies, $392 is the payout for 5th place. That's 15,000 Thai baht. Request was certainly one of the more entertaining players on the table. Sad to see him go. I miss his 3-bet with King Deuce already. 2 shorties now, 7 bigs, 7 bigs. Snail will look to be getting in his 7 big stack as the blinds approach.
Again, 940 USD up top, along with the APT Lion Trophy. Back into the action now. 4-handed, Snail 14, Queen 7 suited, with 7 big blinds, and effectively the cutoff at a really nice watch. Like that color, nice green face, emerald green.
SKK has 7 bigs as well, but can be a bit more patient since he just posted the small blind and gets to see a couple of hands for free. Does have Jack 8 suited though. Likely knows the math. This is a jam, especially to steal the big blind and the antes. Jack 8 suited is good enough, pretty enough, connected enough. Jack itself is high enough. You're performing really well against a random hand in the big blind. Not to mention the fold equity. 200k in the middle, 590k in SKK stack. You could increase your stack by 33% if you get a fold without even seeing a board. And that is why. Do your best Gandalf voice, Greg. You
shall not fold.
Thank you very much.
But neither is SKK all in.
He committed. Oh, Alice wakes up with a hand.
Ooh. Pocket 5's just going to perform so well against a small blind jamming range off of less than 10 bigs. We'll call. There's still action post-flop because SKK has chips behind.
This is what all this leaving one chip behind drama does. Deprives us of getting the cards face up pre-flop.
It feels like there's more incentive if it was like multi-tables and there was bigger pay jumps. But hey.
It just becomes force of habit after a while.
Force of habit.
Usually done, of course, to, you know, save yourself a couple of chips to ladder up or even time down sometimes.
Blind all in by SKK with Jack 8 of hearts. Off to a flop. King 7 deuce. All in and a call. SKK behind with Jack 8 high. Needs running hearts, running straight draws. An 8 or a Jack. The turn. Does not bring in any of those outs. Now SKK drawing strictly to 6 outs here. On the river, 4 of clubs will seal the deal, and SKK will be GG'd out 4th at the APT Thailand Exclusive.
4th place, good for $418. That's 16,000 Thai baht. And now we've reached the $500 prize.
And also, I will say, we are now 3-handed in hand 30. Averaging 1 bust out per 10 hands.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. How does he do it? Greg has figured out the algorithm, guys.
Hello and welcome to our dealer. Again, I always like to take this opportunity during the dealer swap to thank our dealers for helping us run these events so smoothly. Honestly, the APT has the best dealers. I will say it right now.
By far.
On the record. Best dealers.
Fight me.
Fight me. Fight us.
Fight us.
We were discussing who was Robin in the Stephen Lyon Greg Goes All In dynamic between like Batman and Robin. And we decided that neither of us are Batman. He's Alfred.
Okay.
I'm Robin.
Okay.
And you are Batman.
Oh, I'm Batman?
You're Batman.
Oh, I was going to be like one of the villains maybe. But I'll take it.
No, no.
That's generous.
You're Batman. Batman voice?
I'm Batman.
Do a whole hand history in a Batman voice?
8 deuce under the gun.
And I'll do Bane. It's like, oh, 8-7 offsuit in the small blind.
If the Taiwanese weather had continued to be as gloomy and rainy and moisture-filled as it was a few days ago, I think my voice could have ended up there anyway.
Oh yeah, the moisture and the weather, huh?
Thankfully, the weather has turned. Oh wait, just a second. Alice knows what to do with this big stack against the tiny stack of snails, so the pressure is on. Could we be down to heads up, Greg? I mean, look at this. Just 5 big blinds in the stack of snail. Had to give up the big blind and big blind ante. Monster chip lead in the form of Alice having 58 bigs. This is going quickly, as you predicted, mind you, in terms of the hands per elimination. Snail just looking for any 2 decent cards, any paint likely good enough, 3-handed with just 5 bigs. We've seen crazier spin-ups. Thinking back to a table that you were on, Greg, the All-Star Showdown with Lung Lung, spinning it up, starting with your little, let's just say, flippity donation. She was down to what, 3 bigs, I think, at some point?
2 bigs, man. 2 bigs.
And then spun it up
And
to
I
beat.
doubled her with Queen 10 versus
5-4.
5. No, it was like 4 deuce or something. No, it wasn't that bad. Was it?
Okay, I sent some I clearly brought something up. If you want to check out what we're talking about, by the way, go to the All-Star Showdown stream. There was a stream that we kicked off our streaming schedule with. That was on the 29th of February. Our very own Mr. Greg goes all in, battling with the best. And when I say the best, I do mean the best. The Elkies, the Espanyorstads, the Danny Tangs.
Punat!
The Punat Punstries. And of course, the ultimate winner, the wild card in the tournament, a stand-up comedian from Taiwan who's been playing poker for just about a year, Lung Lung. An amazing presence at the table, by the way, and I'm so happy for her. Also, the praise she got from Danny, from Espen, even Elkie about how well she played. Completely sincere, by the way, and certainly from the booth, we agree.
I got stacked by Punat. I lost a flip. But honestly, no, it was great. Like, I got to play with him. Like, I just sat at the table. It didn't last long, 20 minutes, and I was like, I just thought it was every single moment in that event. I just thought, how cool is it that I'm here with these grades?
It was fantastic to see you and commentate on you for once. We don't get many opportunities, considering the midnight TikToks were not streamed.
Why not? You know, maybe as we continue to grow and scale at the Asian Poker Tour, maybe we get live streams for all of the events.
There's limits, Greg. We have a brand to preserve.
Sir, I believe the game is called No Limit Texas Hold'em.
Snail feeling the pinch, currently the small one, posting the small blind, but the next hand needs to be the one for him to get it in. The big blind anti-burden is going to be 40% of his stack. The next pay jump, by the way, about $150. Maybe not as relevant as the idea that you want to at least get heads up when there's a 5 big blind stack. Could be the reason that JCT finds the fold. Alice, meanwhile, has King 10 suited, the easiest jam ever. And Snail, who indeed was actually on the big blind, is forced to let it go with 9-3 off. Down to 3 bigs. And he's going to be in the small. I think he simply has to be all in the next 2 hands. It's almost come to the any 2 cards point. We do apologize in case you're watching the stream glitch a bit. As usual, our fantastic production staff will be sorting it out very shortly. And I believe, there we go. we're back. So Greg, I haven't personally had a chance to make it to the other venue. What's it like out there?
It's nice.
Only 5 minutes away, I believe.
Yeah, a 5-minute drive, and we got a shuttle every half hour to get there. And you arrive, and it's like a nice bustling little block. And you walk down these stairs, and it's a quaint little like room. It's in the basement, but it doesn't look like it. Very spacious. Definitely smaller than the Asian Poker Arena, but granted, the Asian Poker Arena is the largest poker room in all of Asia. And that's where we host all of our high roller events at the Mahjong League, Chinese Mahjong League. Had a chance to take a peek at it yesterday night. Was there for about like 10 minutes just to go by and say hi.
Do they also have a fish pond as you enter, very appropriately?
No fish pond.
Ah.
No fish pond. Kind of a needle now that I think about it. Walking in the poker room, you're like, oh, fish.
Oh, look at this, by the way. Snail had to fold a small blind once again. He's down to 2 bigs. Alice can have his way with the table. Does have a reasonable ace on the button. Fairly strong, 3-handed. JCT should take a look at his opponent's stack and let this one go. Instead, he decides to defend. Does not want to get too short if he is to make it a heads up with a good chance of winning it all. Simply ignores the stack to his right. He knows he has enough chips to preserve if needed. 6-5 deuce is a dream flop for the ace-6 off. Top for Alice. It's getting unfair, Greg.
Not
just
to be
running over the table.
Not to be mistaken for Top, our actor from Thailand.
Top Tap, I believe he is.
Pardon me.
Yeah.
Top Tap.
Napat is his name. Alice with the C bet. JCT is going to be fairly suspect that this is value oriented, but I think he's a bit handcuffed. Well, wait just a minute. How about floating out of position with Jack high? Just not a believer. JCT. There is a pay jam to think about, my friend.
Does pick up the open-ended straight draw. Floated with the 2 overs. Back doors. Picks up one of those back doors now. Alice's top pair top kicker now demoted to second pair top kicker.
Alice simply has to bet. There's a lot to protect against. The board has 2 flush draws possible. Yes, every once in a while, the 8 will connect with JCT. But until then, does have top pair on the flop, top kicker. A lot of other 6s, perhaps even 5s with straight draws will pay him off. Now I'm curious how JCTW navigates this situation. If it wasn't for the remaining stack, you could consider a check raise using that key card of the 7 of clubs. You can, of course, convince yourself into simply drawing, given the pot odds. He needs to call 275 to win 945 in the middle. If you take a look at the equities, he has the right odds, but you're out of position. If you hit a straight, and it's super obvious with 4 to a straight on the board, can you get value from it?
We'll elect for a call. Does have a lot of outs. 2 overs and the open ender bricks everything. King of hearts. Now action back on JC.
Now what?
I think that way too often when I'm at the poker tables.
Poker is hard, man.
Poker's hard.
He knows that he simply was too passive by calling on the turn. Decides to give this one up, and this spot is going to go the way of Alice, barring a very special set of circumstances.
Cheeky check.
There we go.
Looks confused. Just did not expect to see Jack high there.
The tiny needle with the facial expression saying, "What did you call me on the flop without a position?"
Four cards to a straight, not good enough.
Okay, back to focusing on Snail. 2 bigs. And is he on the button? Yeah, on the button, aka under the gun three-handed. Should be getting it in on this very hand.
Essentially has to, or will be forced all in the big blind the very next hand. So Snail first to act on the button now. With 2 big blinds. Ace Jack offsuit. That is
Beautiful.
going to be a welcome sight to see. All of the chips are going in the middle.
The 2 chip and a chair spin up could be underway.
And what a great spot for Snail.
That is awesome. Alice is just priced in to call off the 1 big. And now a 77% chance to get up to 6 bigs.
Snail, a 77% favorite to double up here versus Jack 3. Stoicism, though, as anything can happen. King 7-5, 2 spades. Alice really just drawing to a 3. Maybe chop outs.
There it is. The comeback begins. 6 bigs for Snail. Is on the big blind though, the very next hand. Such is the nature of the beast when you're 3-handed. 1/3 of his stack needs to go into the middle. Still, he is alive. That's what matters. Almost 600 people on the Natural 8 Thailand channel, where this is being streamed in the local language. To all of you in our chat, once again, thank you for joining us. Let us know if you are familiar with these players, supporting any of them. Or let us know if you've ever been to Thailand. How about that? Which city?
Yeah, folks. Where are you watching from? All 63 of y'all watching? Where are you watching from? Let us know in the chat.
I like JCTW's composure at the table. Very, very stoic. Very solid in his poker play. We saw that incredible fold with the King-9. But when he does get a good result, not afraid to show emotions, give a wide smile, a fist pump. That's the balance I strive for at the poker table. I don't want these robotic, emotionless automatons. I'm human.
And here we go. Snail started off with a 5 big blind stack. 40% of his chips have gone into the middle. Blind versus blind with queen high. 5 bigs to start.
It's not pretty, but you're supposed to call it off. Alice is going to just jam almost any 2. Let's it go. Down to 3 bigs once again. He's lived that life before.
And now we'll have to survive another orbit with 3 big blinds. UK05 Nomad says, watching from India. Welcome, welcome.
My brother, UK05 Nomad. Where from India? I'm from Delhi myself. Also, if you're from India, as I was explaining to Greg, chances are you've been to Thailand. Interesting one, Greg, by the way. I did not realize that there is no soft th in the Thai language. The name of the country is Thailand. Whereas all of India calls it Thailand, to the extent you can tell the difference. So when I say it right in India, they mock me.
Snail, all in for tournament life. Jack 8 of hearts in the small. for big blind jam. JCTW1 will call.
Great spot again. This time to spin it up to almost 9 bigs. Let's go.
This small but mighty snail. All in for tournament life, but marginally ahead with Jack high versus 9 high. On certain board textures, these two holdings will collide as flop comes. Queen Jack deuce. Solid flop there for Snail 14. Middle pair, JCTW1. Only 4% equity. And that will lock it up as Snail once again gets yet another double.
Come on. You gotta root for Snail here now. It's the classic chip and a chair story. Up to almost 9 bigs. And the double thumbs up to the camera. Yes, sir, indeed.
Double up, double thumbs. Who's got 2 thumbs and a double up? This guy.
Nomad in chat getting out of line. Using some, let's just say, Indian slang for some horrible words. I hear you, bro. I'm from Delhi too. Let's keep it PC.
I have banning powers.
That's
on the
right.
Live chat.
Be careful.
Don't make me get the ban hammer. I will get it.
We'd love to have you here.
I can prove it too.
Oh, he's apologizing too.
See that? I got a blue wrench next to my name. You know what that means? Ban hammer privileges. Delhi vibes. Yeah. You better apologize. It's all love. It's all love. Thanks for interacting in the chat, UK 05 Nomad. Coming up to hand 40. We've been averaging 1 bust out per 10 hands.
I see what you're saying.
Hand 40 is up next.
$54 bigs for Alice in complete control of this final table. JCTW did lose a tiny percentage of his stack in that all-in he just lost. Now needs to be a bit careful, cannot call off as loosely as he did a moment ago with the 9-7 off. It ain't over till it's over. Tricky one, 10-8 suited, given the dynamics. JCT could be getting a bit gun-shy. Nah, he seems to know he has to raise this. The chip leader's in the small blind. That's when you have the most chance of getting folds. At the same time, the chip leader, Alice, can be 3-betting so wide, including the 6-4 suited. And he seems to know it. He seems to know it all too well. Is not letting this go. Decides against it eventually.
Does have the short stack on his left. Wow, everyone's got diamonds.
It's like being at a rich party.
All right, fairly cheap flop here for Snail. Off to a flop. Ace, King, Jack, Snail running so hot here. Picks up bottom pair.
The flop hitting machine.
Will be hard though for Snail to see showdown.
Well, it's 1 SPR. How does JCT want to approach this? The 1 big blind bluff? Adding a little bit more to the 1 big blind bluff. There we go, 1.5 it seems.
Does have a gut shot. Oh. Taking quick stock of inventory here for Snail.
I could see this going any direction. Call, raise, or fold.
And fold it is. Snail will wait for a more opportune time to find yet another double.
Well, wait just a second. Why defend Jack 5 of diamonds with 7 bigs and 1 SPR if you're not going to stack off when you hit a pair? The top pair you can.
Third pair. Third pair doesn't feel good.
That is a bit dodgy in terms of a strategy. I would have rather seen him fold pre-flop in that case, but we've seen him be the master of spinning it up. Now has 5 bigs, posting the small blind only. So 2 free, or rather 1 cheap hand, 1 free hand. Let's see what he does with it. Snail is doing what Teddy KGB would describe as hanging around. Do snails hang?
Do snails what?
Hang?
Hang.
I feel like I've seen
Like-
snails
like they
crawling
climb
up
walls,
places.
yeah, sure.
That's what
Which,
he's doing.
I guess but could also by that logic hang off of ceilings too. I don't know if this one does, but could ask him.
Alice raises into the garbage. Small blind hand of Jack 3. The garbage big blind hand of 10-4. Easy pick up there for the chip leader. He's going to put himself into a dominant position if Snail hangs around. JCT a bit handcuffed. Snail, the last free hand before he's in that familiar position of putting in a huge chunk of his stack blind. Can he pick up something to jam? 10-8 off, should be good enough. Has a tiny amount of fold equity, would be going all in into the big blind of the chip leader, so would be against a blind hand. Goes
All
for the
in.
triangle. By the way, Steven was pointing out how he hasn't seen that this time around at this festival. The triangle motion for the all-in, the gesture.
Yeah, very popularized here out in the East. I had never seen it until I started coming to APTs. But yes, oh wow. 10-8 on 10-8 action. The snail hanging on.
Is he a snail or is he a cat? 9 lives this guy has.
Off to a flop.
Free roll? There is
Free
a free roll.
roll.
Oh, this would be just too sick.
Snail.
Let's
with
let's
the
see a heart.
free roll.
Let's see a heart. Come on. I'm not saying have 2 hearts, just 1 would have been nice.
Okay, chop it up. Chop it up. Just muck the river, chop it up.
5 big blinds and he's making the chip leader nervous.
Oh, there's the heart. Chop, chop.
Golden and the bronze Mega Lions, the APT main event and APT High Roller Champion trophies. Last time around, both going the way of Thailand. Mr. Punat Punsri and Pachara winning these respectively. Can we see a repeat? Greg, I have been petitioning to do it Olympic style, the way they do a medal tally by country. I think we should do a trophy tally by country at the end of the event.
Oh, that'd be nice.
I know our live reporting team and writers, Ben, for instance, do count it. I think we should hype it, publish it.
That'd be cool.
Get the tribalism going.
Totally.
Always good for the competitive spirit.
Nothing like some friendly competition between countries. All right, folks. Here we go. All in. And a call. Snail has been all in at least like 5-6 times in the past 10 minutes, 20 minutes. And now all in once again for his tournament life with Queen Jack off. Dead 50-50
Can
in
he
equity.
do it again? He would be looking at 1.2 million, 12 bigs.
This flop comes 9, 5, 7. No good for Snail. Snail needs a queen or a jack. Snail needs a queen, a jack, or a 10.
Or a 6 for a chop.
Or a 6 for a chop.
14 outs, 27%. Not to be. The deuce of diamonds seals the deal. Snail got it in fairly good by the end of it. Could have doubled up to 12 bigs. Gives the double thumbs up and goes out with a smile. And with that, we have reached heads up here in our APT Thailand exclusive final table. Snail, 14, walks away with $500 for his effort. 653 now. The minimum prize pool in USD, that is 25,000 Thailand baht, but 36,000 Thailand baht, and the coveted APT trophy going to the winner. As we set up for the heads-up battle that is to commence, we will take about a 15-minute break and see you all shortly. Don't go anywhere as we close out our third stream for the day, the APT Thailand exclusive. See you soon.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
รู้ยังทำไมทีเด็ดหน่อยอะไรทำไมอ่ะเนี่ยเราทีเด็ดที่นะที่มีอะไรเห็นไหมนะของซูดอ่ะของซูดเขาเปิดของซูดด้วยเหรอโอ้ไม่แอบดูมาเลยโอ้โหโกงเกินโอ้ยหนุนอุ้ยอะไรเนี่ยโอเคซูดอ่ะเป็นอีกดีผมเคยตบคุณปีมานะโอเคซูดอ่ะขอให้ไอตัวอันแรกตกใจเรื่องตัวพวกครับจะแล้วผมแบบไม่เปลี่ยนน้ำยาวเลยมึงใช่โอเพ่นอันนี้โอเพ่นอันนี้เลยนอนห้องเดียวกันคืนนี้กลับไปไม่คุยกันแล้วเอาผมเห็น
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the APT Thailand exclusive event, the final table playing out here at APT Taipei 2024. My name is Vidar Singhal and I am now joined in the booth by my co-commentator Mr. Stephen Lai, who has returned after, I hope, a fun dinner. Meanwhile, we are down to heads up here at this exclusive event. Let's take a look first at what we have coming on the schedule. The main event, Day 2, streaming tomorrow. Once we get all the players into the Asia Poker Arena, it's going to be a fun time, one you don't want to miss, so make sure you hit subscribe so that you can follow along the action along with us. We also have, of course, main event Day 3, Day 4 in the following days, taking it all the way to the final table, and then we close out the streaming schedule as usual with the APT High Roller final day. Let's take a look at what we have going on here. The APT Thailand exclusive had 793 entries for $30, leading to this incredible final table of 6 players. Lost 4 of them in the first session. We are down to the 2 finalists, JCTW and Alice, are going to battle it out for not just the pay jump, taking the total up to $940 in terms of the prize they get, but the coveted APT trophy. And by the way, all 6 finalists were given main event tickets, so we hope to see them as their main event journey continues. Quick shot of the trophy as we set up for heads up. There we have it. That's JCTW1. Has played a fantastic final table so far. Stephen, we saw an incredible fold made by him. He had King 9 on a King 10-9 board against the King 10 of his opponent and found the fold with King 9, and that's what's led him to all the way down to heads up. Meanwhile, Alice had been dominating the table, chip leader for a long time. Now starting off heads up with a monster hand in terms of heads up. Ace-9 off on the button. Here we go. Let's see who takes it away in terms of the APT Thailand exclusive event here.
Well, I think Alice looks quite sharp, actually. Don't you think?
Oh, absolutely. His poker has been super sharp for sure. We did have the tiny stack of the man named Snail, to deal with for a long time. It had kept
Slowly
deal with. He did act slow a few times, and we immediately had to call him out on it. But frankly, played a good game. I meant to say. Ended up losing a flip to JCT.
Is JCT related to Ben CB?
Well, there's an extra W1, and we have literally no idea what his name means. I actually made sure to ask him what he wanted to go by. Did say JCT, which is why I'm calling him that. So maybe the W1 is something different.
Could be a postcode in the UK, in London.
And as you will observe, Stephen, Alice does not shy away from putting chips into the middle. An extremely aggressive opponent. C-Bet takes it down. Seems like he's looking to make quick work of JCT here. 50 bigs to 18. Almost 3-1. Chip lead. So Stephen, this has been our third and final stream for the day. Any favorites so far? I know you're going to be a bit biased here since we had the Natural 8 Hong Kong event as the second one. But still, if I could prompt you to get your thoughts.
Well, may I give you an answer after I've watched a bit of this heads-up match, because I've missed most of the action so far.
Oh, there you go. I was actually wondering if you would even bother to consider this one. Very diplomatic of you. I like it. Stephen, of course, is from Hong Kong, for those of you wondering.
I sure am not from Taiwan with my Mandarin. Is there a race? 3-4 suited.
I like it. Come in with a raise.
They're actually playing reasonably deep, huh? Effective 16 big effective 18 big blinds.
I know what you mean. The only problem is the big blind ante. From a pure game theory charts perspective, you can certainly get into all-in or fold territory around the 15 big blind range. Even earlier than that, in fact, if you want to court some variance.
I did see Jackson earlier after the Natural 8 Hong Kong event, and then he was like, he apologized to me. He said, you know, he wished he lasted longer than he did. He only lasted 3 hands.
Was he the first one out?
Ace King versus Jacks.
Ah, that's right, on the Natural 8 Hong Kong table. JCT flops the wheel draw. Board is favorable though for the pre-flop aggressor. Favorable enough to get the chip leader to fold. And look at this, Steven. Just one hand and suddenly they seem so much closer together. Instead of almost a 3-1 chip lead, it's basically 2-1. Anybody's game, as we've now learned. Now, Steven, we did have Greg in the booth. I was discussing how Thailand is perhaps the most exciting Asian poker nation at the moment. Would you say you agree?
It's up and coming. I think it would be up there with Vietnam and Thailand would be the 2 emerging markets of poker.
That's a great point. Vietnam, of course, home to many, many APT series for a reason. The crowds are just incredible when we're out there. Thailand.
Wouldn't be amazing if they had an APT Bangkok.
That's what I was saying. And I said also that, frankly speaking, half the Indian poker contingent would be there because Thailand is one of the most popular holiday destinations in India. And over the past year, visa-free for India.
All right, Ray Chu, are you listening? Pitch it to your bosses.
And by the way, one of my theories about the secret to Thailand poker scene's success, there's an amazing documentary I've been meaning to watch about the Thailand poker scene. I would love to plug it, except I'm forgetting the name, but do Google Thailand poker in case you're interested. We will certainly get back to you about that on future streams. But If you saw the start of the final table, all the players wearing Tanataks merchandise. That is Thailand's biggest poker community. If you read the back, in fact, it says we play poker as a sport. I like that.
I like it.
I think the community aspect is probably a huge reason why they've done so well, progressed so quickly, and function as a community in terms of going to events together, often APTs, probably improving together, and just taking on some of the best, not only in Asia, but the world.
And I think they have some excellent role models they can look up to.
Great point.
Just like Hong Kong.
Punat Punsri comes to mind, Pachara. They've come up multiple times today. Every time we cut to the shot of the main event trophy and the high roller trophy, can't help but think of APT Taipei 2023. Also, let's not forget KT.
Of course, yes. And the man who won the influencer event yesterday as well, Han Faram.
Han Faram.
He did very well. He was actually practically a... He definitely wasn't an amateur. You know,
Absolutely
he knew what
not.
he was doing.
So a stab and some resistance. Alice, 10-3 suited, has a bunch of backdoors and 3 outs in the form of a 10. JCT simply cannot go anywhere. Heads up, middle pair, pretty good. Now with the queen pairing up, middle pair actually looks even better. Queen becoming less likely as one of Alice's holding.
Are they trigger happy or not, these two players?
Alice certainly is. He's been the chip leader for a long time, and he's leveraged the dynamics that follow. I suppose this is the moment of truth to see how trigger happy he is. 10-3 suited, absolute air. Is forced to check, knowing that his opponent could have a queen and certainly would not be folding a 9. Most draws would continue as well. 5 on the river does complete the front door flush. Nice check there by JCT. Likely the only way he can get any more value or chips in this pot.
Ooh, I thought he was going to pull the trigger.
Quick check to see if he has a single heart.
He does need some heart to bluff on this board.
Well said, Stephen. No heart in hand, but plenty of heart to fire out a big bet. 600k. Can JCT sniff this one out? The flush came in with Alice checking behind on the turn. Certainly 2 hearts could be in his range, although this is where the image, the gameplay thus far comes into account. Would Alice check behind a flush draw on the turn? Well, considering 2 queens on the board, perhaps you don't want to be blown off your equity. Could Alice be value betting a 9? Probably not. JCT sniffs it out. Nicely done. And look at this. I think we have almost even stacks. 32 bigs for JCT, 36 for Alice. That's just how quickly heads up goes. JCT has been super solid, as has Alice AA. Tough to pick a favorite between them. Certainly not now that the stacks are even. So Stephen, tomorrow is the big day. Main event coverage begins. Are we excited?
Tomorrow is the beginning of many big days.
That's right.
Tomorrow we will return at 1:45 roughly, beginning the coverage of the main event, the start of day 2. So tomorrow they will play either 10 levels or to the money. So as soon as they get to the money, play will stop, or they will play 10 levels of 1 hour levels.
Oh, and by the way, Steven, since you joined us back in the booth, you and I haven't had a chance to, let's just say, celebrate on behalf of the APT, the $2 million guarantee comfortably crossed in flight 1D. Not to mention, registration is still open on day 2 tomorrow. So once we have the final number of entrants, we will be reporting the payouts as soon as we come back on the stream. You can, of course, follow it all along by going to the website, apt.poker, for all kinds of live updates. But when you do join us tomorrow, we will be giving you the good news of what the record-breaking first place prize for this APT main event is going to be. I suppose we're looking at a total prize pool of maybe $2.2 million already.
Well, I was looking at the numbers. These numbers I'm about to tell you are premature, but the top prize is going to be 11 million Taiwanese dollars, which is about 2.5 USD. 2.5 Hong Kong. 2.5 million Hong Kong,
So
which
that's
is about
350 at least?
Yes,
US?
something like that.
That sounds incredible. I mean, just saying 2.2 million just feels good. I don't know why.
So in a roundabout way, I managed to say the top prize will be 300,000 USD. Converting from Taiwanese dollars to Hong Kong dollars, and then maybe I can convert it in Ethereum.
This is life we live.
Or other cryptocurrencies are available.
This is the Asian Poker Tour, after all. We have to function across many currencies, providing this incredible gameplay experience to not just Asia, the rest of the world as well. And as you experienced personally, Steven, Indian currency makes it extra confusing by having different terms for 100,000 and 10 million. And by the way, in a past life, as I've told you, I used to
in a past life, so you're doing the reincarnation Indian religion?
Not that Indian. I mean in a past career.
Had to pick that up.
Indeed. As you know, I used to work in finance. I worked at a fund. One of the industries I covered was actually Indian banking companies. Now, they would report their accounting statistics and numbers in hundreds of thousands, but also in the Indian denotation, lakhs and crores it's called. I needed a cheat sheet stuck on the wall. 100 million equals 10,000 crores, as they say in India. My colleagues used to wonder, what in the world am I doing? Back to the action. King, Jack, Trey. As usual, heads up is a battle of the rags. This time, JCT has flopped best with his.
So let me tell you something quite romantic. Perhaps might gross you out a little bit. My wife just texted me to say she's going to bed, listening to us while falling asleep.
Oh, that's so sweet,
Is that
Rachel.
gross or what?
No, I think that's very, very sweet.
There you go.
She's just missing you. And unfortunately, my little speeches are getting in the way, but I hope that works as well to put her to sleep.
It might just do that.
We'll be careful not to get too excited if something untoward happens, lest we wake her up.
Once again, I have to praise the quality of the production crew. You know, let me just count. Ooh, that's 7 people in the studio, and then 6 or 7 of them on the floor, capturing every moment of these exciting final tables.
By the way, UK Nomad in chat says in Hindi written out in English, by the way.
Mhm.
Alice bhai ke samne koi kuch bol sakta hai kya? Alice bhai, which means no one can say anything in front of our boy Alice. Really, Nomad. Alice seems to have found a new fan. Understandably so. Impressive play.
3,000.
Alice is raising it up to 300,000. 2.5x. Gets a call from JCT W1. W1 in London would be the Soho area, where the nightlife, the kind of entertainment industry is. Flop comes Jack 7-3, 2 diamonds. Top pair. Alice is likely to be bluffing this.
Well, in that case, I must say Alice's chip lead is now at risk. JCT certainly seems to be flopping the best of it a lot of the time. And were this hand to go the way the equity suggests, we might just have a new chip leader and fairly quickly into this heads-up battle. JCT, if I remember correctly, coming in almost a 3-to-1 dog. And not from an all-in, but simply stealing, getting value from a few hands, and now letting his opponent hit bottom pair. Seems to be clawing his way into the lead in this match.
Good check again. Check, check. Now that his head is not bluffing anymore, he checks.
As you do. Very easy value bet here for JCT. Can rep all kinds of missed draws. The diamonds did not come in. All the straight draws apart from the 9-8 missed. And Alice quickly folds. Does not even consider making a lose/hero call. That's fantastic. Minimizes damage very confidently.
We have a new chip leader.
We do have a new chip leader, but look how much the differential could have been if Alice had called it off. Instead, he preserves a hefty, fighting, almost equal stack. So there it is. Dead even heat almost.
The Jews on the turn killed the action when Alice made a pair.
Jack 8 off. Doesn't look it, but an easy open. JCT starts incorporating limps into his strategy, and King 10. We've actually seen Alice raise King 10 a lot on this final table. This time facing a limp while in the big blind himself. I think he knows he's supposed to raise it, but having just lost the chip lead, sometimes you do want to take a few hands. Well, never mind then. Alice
400,000.
doesn't need a few hands. This is why he's making fans all the way across the world, including Nomad in India. Relentless aggression. I posed a question, by the way, Stephen, to Greg earlier on. If you had to choose between aggression and patience, which one would you choose?
Patience all the way.
Interesting. Very interesting. I'm glad to disagree with you. Maybe let's dissect that in a moment. Bit of a situation brewing, depending on the flop. King 10 off versus Jack 8 in position. Queen 4-3. Super dry. JCT has whiffed. This is why you won the betting lead. Alice can take this down with a continuation bet.
my God, Greg is going to have a heart attack. Instagram is down.
No way. Globally?
Oh, I think so.
That's huge. How will we get our grams instantly?
By eating a lot. You can get kilograms, not just grams.
Oh, you don't need to tell me.
Would be beautiful food in Thailand, in Taipei as well.
I actually managed to get some beef noodle soup.
Any good?
Taipei, would you say staple or specialty?
Staple for sure.
Staple?
Yes.
I actually have a place that I like from the last time I was here. Feels very staple. Put you in amongst 5 other people. Food comes out in about 30 seconds. Bing bang boom.
Yep.
A free refill of the broth if you'd so like, if you'd so desire, and you're on your way.
Can I tell you something that's quite ironic? I don't eat beef.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
How
And
come?
you're not. Well, I don't know whether you're supposed or not supposed to eat beef, but yeah, not for religious reason, just for health reason. actually.
Health reason. I hear you.
Yeah, it's supposed to be bad for gout, and I have a massive gout problem. For obvious reasons.
Well, thankfully, I'm sure in Hong Kong you have your choice of incredible food options. As you do
I'm
in
slowly
Taipei.
turning vegetarian.
Yeah, very common these days. And by the way, let me take this as another excuse to invite you to India.
Yes.
Because India, bar none, has the best vegetarian food in the world.
I think
as
I
you
agree.
might know.
Yes, I agree.
Probably the highest percentage of vegetarians as well. And it's funny, even though my family eats meat, we actually probably eat 90% vegetarian when cooking at home. Just because those are the staple foods.
Back to the hand. Alice just wouldn't stop. Hitting a 6, bottom pair. Decided to bet again on the turn, with JCT hitting a pair of his own.
And gets value. Third pair versus fourth. The beauty of heads up. The ace should not connect with any of the hands these
But
people.
check.
Yeah, it goes check fairly quickly, understandably. So back and forth it goes. That's the kind of heads up battle I like. You know, sometimes when these special tables last a bit too long, where people value the pay jump a bit too much, let's not forget each of them given a generous main event ticket for their efforts. They did, of course, outlast almost 800 players to get here, so more power to them. This is $30. That is 1,000 Thai baht buy-in. The money is very meaningful.
That's big.
Almost 800, 793. And as you like to do, Stephen, often you think about pay jumps in terms of buy-ins, but at the same time, they've been given main event tickets. They've locked up $653. That being said, when it comes down to the final heads-up battle, the trophy, that is a lot to play for. As they say, there's only one person happy at the end of the tournament. And you were
Would that be the dealer? Off work?
No, that's a cash game. Only one person's happy at the end of a cash game. At least in America, where there's tipping to the dealers.
Well, you know, when you reach a true national equilibrium, nobody's happy. That's the sign of an equilibrium being reached.
Yeah, it's a funny thing when you try to apply game theory to poker. Of course, we're familiar with GTO being now the most accepted way of saying sound poker strategy. But I remember learning it in the early days before GTO was ever a thing, where the way I understood it was the object was not to make your opponent to make a mistake, but to play in such a way that you don't care which line they took.
Yeah, that's GTO in a nutshell, right?
Exactly.
We talked about Doraemon yesterday, remember? And what will your strategy be if you are playing rock, paper, scissors against Doraemon?
Just find a way to randomize.
No. Doraemon can only do rock.
Oh, I forgot.
Back to the hand. A7, legitimate as legitimate can be. 350. It's a quite a big open.
I will say, Stephen, randomizing against Doraemon is still sound strategy.
Absolutely.
And therein lies the debate.
No.
If
Yep.
you're GTO, over the long run, you will not lose. And you certainly will not win.
That is correct. But he does this. And you randomize? I don't know why you're randomizing, but please go ahead.
GTO?
Please randomize. Sorry, viewers at home cannot see my hands going like this.
Just imagine a Hello Kitty just going back and forth.
Yep, go ahead, randomize away. But sometimes, you know, in poker, like joking aside, you know, you do find like very clear tendency of certain players. It's like Doraemon only playing rocks. And, you know, you got to deviate from your GTO strategy. Because there's EV there for you to pick up, and you're not picking it up.
Yeah, one way to add another variable to take into account what you just said is your time is worth something. Right?
Well, we're sitting in the booth. Anyway, go on, keep going.
Well, what I mean is, on the one hand, yes, you want to pick up EV and not deviate. But on the other hand, you want to maximize your ROI because your time is worth something. So if somebody's offering you EV and you don't take it, that's opportunity cost. Oh, ace versus ace, heads up. The min raise off a 20 big stack. Totally reasonable. Blinds are up to 80k, 160k. 160k is also the ante. Alice does not 3-bet with the suited ace. Let's see where we end up here. An ace could spell trouble. Kickers are close together though. How about both the 6 and the 3 on the flop? Middle and bottom pair. Best kicker for both.
If Addy was here, he would say there will be blood.
There will be blood. The man loves to see blood on the streets. JCT grabs a continuation bet. The damage could be capped for now, unless an unfortunate ace was to hit. Both players slightly timid in the face of the king. Alice eyeing his opponent's stack, 17 bigs. Doing the math, calling 325 here, takes the pot up to 1.4 million. 2 SPR.
Calling very confidently. Turns to 7. Wouldn't be that worrying for Alice. Perhaps JCT doesn't like it as much.
The problem with heads-up ranges, I mean, just a flat call on the flop. The ranges are so wide. Alice now trips up. 6 is of the club variety. The flush has come in as well. Alice has an absolute monster. Best kicker as well. Should look to be going for a big bet here. The hands that are folding are likely going to fold anyway, considering the check back on the turn. Yeah. That's big.
400,000, did he say?
Oh, 400. I thought he said 14 for a second. Seems to have found a sizing that is absolutely targeted at his opponent's hand. JCT makes another great fold. The thing with JCT is he's making great folds look super easy. I mentioned getting away from top 2 versus top and middle pair. Even a fold like that, yes, the club did come in, the most obvious draw. The 6 did pair up. But it's the making it look easy. Not pained about it at all. And just to clarify the reason I was suggesting polarization, apart from having a monster hand there, is your opponent will have a 6 ever so frequently, and when you have the best 6, you want to get paid. Your opponent is frankly unlikely to have 2 clubs with the flush coming in because of the check on the turn. And of course, when you polarize, you look like you're bluffing.
I must say, we've covered what I have, and you definitely have, covered many Natural 8 exclusive events. And the quality of play gets better every time. There's no string betting, there's no someone who's never played live before. Everyone seems to be quite familiar with the live MTT format.
Certainly this crew, by the way, this of course being the APT Thailand exclusive. All the players rocking their Tanatak poker community gear. I suspect they have some friendly live games going on in their home country.
Poker is not a crime. I'm going to stick my neck out to say it.
I like it. Get the merch ready. All right, Rags versus Rags, the heads-up story. Queen 3 suited, v Jack 6 off. Position belongs to Alice. Can he rep the king, is what he's thinking. Surprise, surprise. He decides he can. Just one big should get the job done. This man is relentless. How is JCT to fight back without making some hands? Considerable chip lead now for Alice.
Well, speaking of Natural 8 exclusive, the lady yesterday playing the Natural 8 Indian event, I'm afraid I've forgotten her name.
Adita Wahi, I believe.
Adita? Awi? Anyway, she tagged me on Instagram, thanking me for helping her buy a cup of coffee.
Oh, that is so sweet. I remember you telling me that. And you did not, of course, know that she was one of the Natural 8 India players.
And she didn't know I was the one criticizing her ability. No, I did not actually do that. But yeah, she didn't know I was a commentator either.
Well, actually, I must confess, she bumped into me and she said something along the lines of, perhaps just out of courtesy, thanks for the kind words yesterday. No doubt she went back and watched the stream. Now, Stephen, you and I end up spending hours and hours in the booth. We might not remember all the kind words we say about people. I certainly did not recollect what exactly I said, but I am sure we were supportive because it was fantastic to have her here and see her perform with the best of the best, those who had made it to the final table of the Natural 8 India event. She walked away, if I remember correctly, with the better part of maybe 50,000 rupees, along with the mini-main ticket. So I believe she will be on the felt for that event. A fantastic value event, by the way. About $1,000.
I haven't actually seen her today at the venue.
She did play the women's event today.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, I don't think she cashed, but said she had a good time. As I was telling you, she played the CTP sit and goes.
Correct.
Which
yes.
are, I believe,
she won, right?
Well, it's a time tournament.
The time tournament.
I didn't
When I
realize.
was
yeah,
talking,
so she was the chip leader at the end.
Brilliant. Money is money.
Money is money. Oh, and I did ask her what she was planning to do with her prize, the 50,000 rupees or so from the Natural 8 India table, including asking if she was maybe going out into the city, maybe shopping, spending it on something else like a good meal. She's like, no, I'm here to play poker. It's going to be on poker. Passionate about the game. So if you're listening, chat, come say hi to us at any APT festival. Steven will help you buy a coffee. And then we'll say kind words about you if you end up on the stream.
Not that we don't, usually. But tomorrow we're going to see so many different players coming and going.
I am so excited.
At the TV table. And there's a good chance that we'll be joined by Mr. James Park later on in the evening, who is going to be co-commentating with us. James was a WSOP side event final tableist, coming third in a PLO event. He's, by the way, grinding one of the mixed games at the other venue. Final table won already, the Big O.
Good luck, James. 39 v 12 bigs. The chip lead now slightly less surmountable, over 3-1. JCT needs one of those comebacks we've seen him create on this final table many a times. Thanks to the high number of entries in this tournament, the blinds are massive. I'm not familiar with the starting stack, but assuming something reasonable, I can only imagine the number of souls, as we like to call them, being demanded per big blind, with 160,000 being the big blind and the ante. And King Queen suited now for JCT. Nice little spot to jam it, pick up the dead money. Alice, unfortunately for JCT, only limped.
There's an all-in, as predicted.
Alice AA seems to be the man with the plan here, looking to finish this off in style as he has been from the start. Nine-3 suited. It's a bit tricky. We have seen JCT limp before. This would be the ideal candidate to try and see a flop for cheap with. Now 5 deuce. Goes for the check. Could have converted it into a bluff, considering how easily you can fold if jammed on. Have to mix in the absolute trash into your raising range when limped to rather, so that you can do the same with the monsters. Queen jack board, air versus air.
Six on the turn doesn't really hit either player.
Alice might think I have a 5. Maybe I have a 6. Clearly possible. He has a random hand. Limp 2 in the big blind.
JCT could grab a jack though here. Decides not to.
Could win with 9 high, by the way.
Still could.
Check 2. Hey, there you go. Magic of heads up. 9 high. Scoop it up. Battle has been tense. JCT looking for that slight room to mount his comeback. Alice relentless, and look at this, the blinds are up 100k, 200k now.
If JCT picks up an ace, this could be the final hand.
Or a king, in fact, because his stack is going to be crippled now that the blinds are up. Let's see what he ends up with. Alice commits 4-3 suited, likely not going to cut it.
Oh, well, on to the next one.
10 bigs. Oh, wait just a minute.
Ooh.
A suited connector?
Interesting.
Goes to the flop.
Go on, 3 diamonds. Just to make it interesting.
Down to the sub 10 big blind level now. JCT.
Or 3 clubs with 3 of clubs and 4 of clubs. How about that? Not bad.
2 clubs, 1 ace. Okay.
Still, no action though.
You are reminding me of Adi Wadhwani. Looking for blood, I see.
It's good for TV, I've been told. Wow.
Trappy.
Check.
Trappy. 6 of clubs now. There's that 3rd club. Alice in complete control of the spot. Has the check mark. JCT with 4 high. Needs to decide if he can somehow steal this one.
He's given up by checking this turn.
Probably a good idea.
Alice has got everything now. A good flush draw and top pair against someone who looks like he's given up.
JCT taking a page out of Snail's book. Our 3rd place finisher. Taking his time to muck his cards. Or is he thinking of something?
Is this a shot clock event? Did they have time banks?
Steven, I just heard the words all in.
Wow.
4 high, trying to rep a queen or somehow a flush.
Okay, it is a shot clock event. Okay, got it.
And by the way, if Alice just tosses in a chip, this is over. He has the check mark. What a move.
Not as easy as it sounds.
Not at all. He is likely thinking he could be drawing dead even. Of course, could be drawing to a full house, I suppose, with an ace, but a queen or a flush would have him drawing near dead. That being said, this is why you get pot odds. 1.3 million to call. 3.3 in the middle. Is his opponent bluffing often enough? And if I can just take a look at the 4-3 of diamonds, certainly his opponent is bluffing often enough. What a play here by JCT. I mentioned some of the situations he'd avoided. Some amazing folds that JCT had made, but this level of aggression, bluffing with air, we had yet to see.
Out to character, would you say?
I suppose I'm reforming my view of what his character is. This is something special. I have to say, I'm rooting for a fold just because it would just be so baller. That being said, Alice has been rock solid. If he thinks there's a chance his 8 high flush draw is good, he might feel compelled to call this off. There goes in the last time bank. He doesn't need to throw any of those in. The dealer will take them at the end automatically. Each of them buys him a minute in terms of the shot clock. And JCT looks fairly calm, I have to say. Nerves of steel. I'm sure all the neurons are firing. But you wouldn't be able to tell on his face. Covering his mouth though.
And calls it off.
And he does make the call. It is over. Now that is a sick showdown.
Look at that.
I think Alice is yet to process that his opponent is drawing dead. And with that, Steven, what a way to end an incredible day of streaming. The flush actually does come in. A table tap for the incredible winner, the champion of the APT Thailand exclusive here, Alice, as we cut to an interview with Greg.
winner here at the champion. Anything you want to say to your friends and family back home?
มีอะไรอยากจะบอกกับคนที่บ้านไหม ครอบครัว
ดีใจ ดีใจได้เดียว
Very happy
What does it mean to you to have won the APT Thailand Exclusive Trophy?
ต้องบอกว่าการชนะครั้งนี้มีความหมายยังไงกับเราบ้าง
มันเป็นประสบการณ์ครั้งแรก แล้วก็ทำได้ดีเกินคาดด้วย
อะไรนะ
เป็นประสบการณ์ครั้งแรกและทำได้ดีเกินคาด
โอเค so he say the first time experience and the result is better than he
Mean to you to have first time experience and the result better than you thought. Now you're also going into the main event. Any thoughts going to the main event for the APT? Any thoughts about going to the main event
โอ
of
เค
the
เขาบอก
APT?
ว่ามีความคิดยังไงบ้างกับการที่จะเล่นเมนอีเวนต์ในวันพรุ่งนี้
ก็ไม่มีแผนเลย แต่ก็ลุยเต็มที่ครับ
โอเค now still no plan but we try to do the best
No plan, but we try our best. Folks, give it up one more time for your APT Thailand Exclusive Champion! Bravo!
Congratulations to the champion, as Greg said, Alice AA, lifting the beautiful and now kissing the beautiful APT trophy. I love it. Nice little posing. And the fist bump, you love to see it. Congratulations on winning, of course, the 36,000 Thailand baht. There you have it, about 940 US plus the APT trophy. And congratulations to all the winners who made it to this final table. Got an APT main event. If they haven't fired their bullets already, then day 2 is actually still open tomorrow to fire. And with that, we wrap up what has been an extremely fun day of 3 streams. Started off, just a reminder, National 8 Taiwan event, National 8 Hong Kong event, and now APT Thailand. Listen, recency bias, but the way that heads up closed out, the 4 high check raise bluff, oof, what a way to finish the day. Woke me up at the end of the night. I'm kind of mad, actually. I'm going to be too wired to sleep. Your thoughts on the day, Stephen?
Well, I really enjoyed National 8 Hong Kong.
Of
but
course.
The last hand did pip it over in terms of excitement over National 8 Hong Kong. So maybe APT Thailand was my favorite event of the day.
Again, recency bias, but I think we might be leaning in that direction now. Doesn't mean that the action is over, far from it. In fact, the main event coverage kicks off starting tomorrow. Day 2 of the main event will be coming in the form of feature tables, which, by the way, we will keep rotating. So you will get to familiarize yourself with all the players out there in the field. After that, of course, day 3 and day 4 in the subsequent days, things get pretty exciting, of course, because day 2 plays 10 levels or till the money. Day 3, of course, we will go down to a much smaller field, and the final day is going to be on the 9th of March. So the next 4 days is all about this main event, which has broken all records, almost 2.2 million in the prize pool. And Stephen, you mentioned the first place could look around over 300,000?
Correct.
That is absolutely incredible. So with that, we would like to wrap up what has been, as I said, a great day. We will see you tomorrow. Make sure you hit subscribe and like on the way out so that when we go live tomorrow with the APT main event, you are alerted. Stephen Lai reporting from the booth along with myself, Wither Single. We will see you shortly for the main event coverage here at APT Taipei 2024. Good night for now.
Good night.
Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Stereo stylus in this groove.